The story begins in July 2007, with a bus on the road and our MC in it as he woke up in shock, wondering where exactly he was, and later realized that he was in a bus he took at summer vacation from Sishui County to Chuzhou in his senior year. "Why am I here?" he asked. "Wasn't I enduring the divine retribution?" He wondered, as I Chen Fan am the immortal sovereign of Baixuan, also called Chen Baixuan. I am the direct disciple of the immortal master of the apex martial arts, the immortal of Kanjing. He was taken away from Earth at the age of 30 and embarked on the road of immortal cultivation, and with aptitude, he reached the retribution enduring stage after only 500 years of cultivation. He was known as a peerless genius who was most likely to successfully detach from the universe and ascend to the celestial realm. He fought with all the tribes of the universe and won every battle. He was thus honored as the immortal sovereign of Baixuan, but unfortunately he fell during the divine retribution, and it was because he had cultivated too fast to establish a solid foundation, and his Tao heart could not bear it. He had given up everything for his cultivation for the past 500 years, leaving behind countless regrets. All those regrets bursted out when the tribulation of inner demon came, leaving him nowhere to hide, and now he was returned as a teenager on Earth. He then sat down to calm himself down as he realized it is not the inner demon. But he really went back in time, and right now he has lost all of his supernatural powers, primordial spirit and Tao heart. He has even lost his magic treasures and weapons as it sank in that now he is just an ordinary mortal who can be easily killed even by a bullet, but then calmed himself once more as it is not so bad, and in this life he will steadfastly cultivate every stage to its best and establish a supreme Tao foundation. Blood for blood, leave no regrets, he told himself. As the bus was arriving at Chuzhou, he wondered, how long has it been since he left this city? But was interrupted by a phone call, which was his mom, and we are then shown her mom, who was a red-haired lady with a yellow skirt and a white shirt, standing in front of wide-area windows, which portrayed a bright atmosphere, and then called our MC by his name, Chen Fan, telling him that his Aunt Tang is probably waiting for him outside the station, also informing him that he should work hard at his stay in Chuzhou. Chen Fan couldn't hold his tears no longer as he was happy, because he hasn't heard her voice since she died in his last life, then reassured his mom, telling her not to worry, and she must also take care of herself, and was about to hang up as he had things to do. And so he did. After arriving at the station, he got off at his stop and immediately stretched out his hands as he was glad to be back again, and returning to his youthful age, and taking in the scenery before him. And while walking, he said to himself how he was bound to go through the mortal world again, and so in this life he has nothing to fear. While in the crowd, he was stopped by the mass of men staring at two beautiful ladies, one in a pink dress and sunglasses, and another in a shirt and long skirt that was supported on her shoulders. However, the same younger girl was busy complaining to the lady in sunglasses, whom was her mom, about the MC's late arrival as she was fanning herself due to the hot weather. But Mom refused her claim as it has only been 10 minutes. She sighed heavily as she has been in the sun for 10 minutes, and she had planned to go out to Starbucks for coffee in the afternoon and turned to the car, telling her mother that she is going inside as it is much cooler, then contemplated about how her mom even wants to set her up with the MC, but berated him as in her eyes he is just a bumpkin, saying how it's even possible while she was going inside the MC arrived, apologizing to his aunt for making her wait. They then all entered the car, and Chen Fan was at the back seat with the insolent girl, and there was silence for a while. In her head, she told herself that just as the meaning of his name, Chen Fan, which meant friend, she also just sees him that way and feels nothing more, and compared to Li Yichen and his friends, he is nothing. However, the silence was broken by Aunt Tang as she told him that Ran Ran, her daughter, is also going to be a senior as well, and he should look after her at school. And he responded affirmatively, as now she is as good as his sister, telling his aunt to not worry as he will protect her, but said to himself that this same girl was the one he once loved and was hurt by. But then he gradually forgot her in his past life, and her name, Jiang Churan. Then both, putting up a front, with fake smiles, lifted their hands for handshake, as Chun Fan told her to come to him if she ever needs help, and the girl agreed, saying he must not forget his words when she asked, However, secretly she was telling herself her father is an important government official, and her mother owns a company worth 10 million, and why would she need his help? And Aunt Tang smiled happily at the fact, telling Chen Fan that they will first go to his apartment to drop off his luggage, and then head to her house to have lunch, to which he agreed. It then shifts to them going to his apartment, which was located at the lakeside community, which is near Yanggi Lake. His aunt saying how it boasts very beautiful scenery and how it's close to the Ivy High School, which he will be attending at, since it only takes 10 minutes to walk there, also explaining how his apartment has 3 bedrooms and 1 sitting room, asking whether the decoration was to his taste, and neither the less told him to enjoy himself and not worry about the rent, as he humbly bowed to thank her for treating him so good. "Your mother trusted you with me," she said, "so I'll look after you like my own son," then grabbed his hand to show him around and take him to her house to have lunch. Ranran in the background was annoyed at the fact that they get along so well. It then shifts to the Longjing Villa and his aunt explaining that their neighborhood isn't the best in Chuzhou, and they are apart from Yangui Lake, and the most famous place in Chuzhou is the Yunwu Mountain, which is said that every morning the houses are wreathed with clouds and mist, like seas and mountains of clouds. The real high-grade luxury houses are all on the hillside of Yunwu Mountain, but I think my house is good enough. Yunwu Mountain is gorgeous, but I don't seriously dream about living there, she stated. However, he replied that if she really likes it, then he will buy her a few when he makes money in the future. And then she can see the seas of clouds every morning as soon as she gets up, which stunned her a bit as she laughed, making light of what he said as she made scenarios of her taking his mother there too, and spend their years together while they go shopping and taking beauty treatments. They then finally enter the house as her husband was sitting on the couch, asking what was so funny as he could hear them laughing through closed doors, as Chen Fan greeted him, "Hello, Uncle Jiang." Then his aunt told him to take a seat as she is going to the kitchen to get some food, and they later all sit at the table to eat, while at the same time it was overwhelmed by silence, and inwardly Uncle Jiang was telling himself that he only briefly chatted with Chen Fan a bit, and he's an idiot with poor academic performance. He's just a loser and isn't good enough for Li Yikan. Chen Fan then breaks the silence by saying how he hasn't eaten a homemade dish in ages as it's so good, not to mention that it was made by Aunt Tang herself. Aunt Tang is innocent, elegant, kind-hearted, and beautiful, he said. She is even excellent at cooking, but she unfortunately married Jiang Shanghai, a power seeker. "Chen Fan, you just arrived at Chuzhou, so let Ranran show you around and you can maybe buy something," said by his aunt, and so he agreed. After lunch, while they were both going out, Ranran stopped and arrogantly told him that she had something else to do, and he should go by himself or take a taxi or something. "You don't need my company, right?" she arrogantly asked, while inwardly telling herself that he better not ask her for company. However, her arrogance was quickly shut down, as Chen Fan didn't even care whether they went together or not and left at once. Of course, she didn't take it well, as her pride was shattered. While walking, he contemplated to himself that the place he is going, the Yangui Lake, has the richest spirit energy around, as he found a particular tree to sit next to, thinking himself that he needs to hurry up and begin to establish a foundation, as there are 8 stages of cultivation, including qi condensation, jiantian, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, void returning, Dao fusion, and retribution enduring. Although qi condensation is just the beginning stage, it has 3 small stages: foundation establishment, profound opening, and spirit sea. The foundation stage is the very first stage of cultivation, after which cultivators can lift hundreds of pounds, run as fast as a horse, break through the limits of their bodies, condense true essence inside, draw talismans, and become capable of some magic. If so, which way should he use to establish his foundation, he wondered, and while books were flying around him, he remarked that he collected myriads of street arts over the past 500 years. He collected 13,726 ways of establishing foundations alone. Apart from his regrets, another major reason he fell during the divine retribution was that his foundation was not stable enough. And still, while reaching out for a particular book, he continued, "Even if the foundation establishment stage is the very first stage for cultivators, It doesn't seem very important, yet only with a firm foundation can a skyscraper be built, and this particular book, which is named The Great Way of Tao, Avoid Body Refining Arts. This specific art puts emphasis on inclusiveness and absorptive captivity. Now that he can practice cultivation on the earth, where spirit energy is nearly exhausted, I must rely on various medicinal materials, treasures, and even evil and yin energy to facilitate his cultivation. After that, he closed the book to begin cultivation. Time went by with him sitting in the same position until morning as the sun was beaming with a sense of freshness. While working on his breathwork, a beam of energy was seen entering his body as he opened his eyes with a smile dawning in his face, as the void body-refining art was really the #1 foundation establishment way in the world, as he directly entered the initial stage of foundation establishment. And it's actually the first time he cultivated it. Clenching his fist, he stated how he cultivated the whole night, as he is lucky that the place he was in was out of the way and free from disturbance, and so to test his newfound power, he swung his fist at tree and punched it with great force, leaving cracks in his trail behind, which naturally satisfied him at the moment due to his physical capabilities. However, he was interrupted by the rumbling of his stomach, signaling hunger as he forgot that he is immortal now, and so he needs to eat. While heading back, he came across an old man who was with 2 people following him, a young lady and a man, and as soon as the old man saw Chen Fan, he sharpened his gaze for some reason, leading the Mac to ask what exactly the old man wanted. However, the old man brushed it off as just a mere encounter, and Chen Fan, not paying mind to it, seemed to be distracted by something as his gaze fell upon the young lady as he noticed that she had a trace of true essence inside her body. Wondering if she is an immortal cultivator, however denied the notion as her true essence is too weak and the condensation is too loose. It's thousands of times weaker than a real cultivator, but she has the inner force and its quality is inferior to a cultivator's true essence power. However, his inner speculation were interrupted by the girl as she wondered why Chen Fan was looking at her and shaking his head at the same time. He tried not to entertain her inquiry as he told her that he just shook his head because of something else. However, the old man suspected that Chen Fan truly noticed something as he asked the MC to halt, with the bodyguard also blocking his path. The old man was truly curious what the MC had seen in his granddaughter, wondering if he could tell him the real reason for such actions. However, Chen Fan was a bit annoyed as he told him that it has nothing to do with her. "Show some respect," said the bodyguard. But the old man did not relent in his inquiry as he said that judging from the way he walks, maybe he studies martial arts, then introduced himself as Wei Fu, asking the MC where he came from and who his teacher is exactly. Wei Fu? The MC. "I'm not a student of the martial arts. I'm scarcely a Tao cultivator, if you must ask," said Chen Fan. A Tao cultivator? The Tao sect? The old man wondered. The young girl wasn't too pleased that Chen Fan just lied to her, though, which made him laugh. "I'm just a Tao cultivator, and know a bit of qi condensation techniques, that's all," he said. "Brandishing spears and sticks or fighting and killing are really not my specialty. You're mistaken." "Well, in that case, you and my granddaughter can spar a bit and learn from each other," said the old man, and the girl in a fighting stance said, "Come on, let me teach you something." However, Chen Fan wasn't enthusiastic about the matter, as it looked like he had to show some of his skill, and he replied that he doesn't want to bully weak women. "Who are you calling a weak woman?" the girl asked angrily as Chen Fan just went to pick a leaf in the tree, and in the next step fused the leaf with energy and flicked it with great force. Everyone was really worried, including the old man, who shouted at her granddaughter to watch out. However, the leaf wasn't aimed directly at her as the energy beam went past her, grazing her cheek in the process as well as her hair. The leaf struck the tree with incredible speed and force, which left the girl dumbstruck as she saw her blood on the cheek, turning her head to look at the leaf that was stuck in the tree. She was shocked by the fact that someone is able to hurt people with a flying flower or leaf. The old man sighed heavily with relief as he never thought he would see such a divine technique in his remaining years, then bowed as in front of a master. His granddaughter and him were impetuous, as he pondered to himself that he never thought this boy would be an unknown master of martial arts. The bodyguard, still feeling tense, thought to himself, "It is my first time to see such a skill. It was so fast that I couldn't take out my gun. How horrible!" he exclaimed. "You cut off my hair with this soft leaf and drove it into the tree? How is that even possible?" she asked. "It's just a little QI condensation technique, not anything special," he replied. But the old man said, "How it's a negligible technique to you, sir, but a miraculous master skill to us." "So Grandpa started to call him sir. You said a master can do what I did?" Chen Fan asked. "Yes, a sublimity master is at the prime of martial arts, far beyond the limits of mortals. He can release his inner strength and can easily kill someone tens of feet away. Being a master yourself, sir, you don't know that? It's just common sense in the martial arts circle. I'm really just a Tao cultivator, and that was nothing but a little QI condensation technique." "I've never heard of the things you are talking about before," Chen said. "Tao cultivator? He is really not a master of manifestation?" the old man wondered. "We need to win him over first. With his skill, he is on par with a master. Moreover, my granddaughter is still unmarried." Then said out loud, "It doesn't matter whether you are a master or not. Judging from your accent, you are also a native of Chuzhou?" "I'm from Sishui County. I've lived there for 17 years, and now I came here for school." Chen replied, "My name is Chen Fan. You can also call me Chen Beixuan. Beixuan was the Taoist name my teacher gave me. However, the others haven't had such names before, as the old man asked Chen Fan where exactly his master is. And he did not come with him, but Chen Fan just replied that he is not on this planet right now and said to himself, 'Alas, humans are unable to defeat aging, illness, or death. My comrades in arms, though I've cultivated inner strength. I cannot reach the master's level. I'll probably meet them soon since he is a mortal now.'" Then out of nowhere, the old man coughed heavily, leaving those around him very worried as he tried to reassure them. "You've strained yourself trying to use inner strength, haven't you?" "Oh, you understand medicine, Mr. Chen? How did you know about my ailment?" asked the old man, and the girl interjected, "My grandpa went to war when he was young, and he forced himself to use the inner strength when he had not totally mastered it to help his comrades in arms retreat. He was injured as a result. He didn't receive medical care, and because of that he had an internal injury as time went by. Until this day, he hasn't treated it at all. Mr. Chen, since you are a Tao cultivator and can see his injury, do you have a way to cure him? He suffers great agony every time he has a fit, and modern medicine can hardly do anything for him. To be frank, our family has some power here in Jiangbei. We will do anything for you if you can cure my grandpa." Then Chen replied, "It wouldn't be difficult for me to help. It must be fate that I met you, and they were all delighted by the news. First, I need to go do some preparation. Then I'll go to your house to treat him in 2 days, all right?" And they all happily agreed and said to himself that a stoic girl like her is the most beautiful when smiling. Then it shifts to the MC been driven home by the bodyguard, and along the way Chen was saying to himself that the old man Wei Fu spoke gently. But he couldn't hide the air of a military man. He must have served in the army when he was young and must have been in a high position, and said how he has always admired the soldiers who defend the country and protect our homes since he was a child. They practice inner strength, so they are his kind of people, and before he could finish his thoughts, they had already arrived as Chen Fan thanked the guy and told him that he could pick him up at the lakeside community in the evening in 2 days. And the bodyguard agreed, also asking to exchange numbers so that he can call him if ever he needed anything. And so they did. I don't know medical skills. Then went to the shop and came out with his purchases in plastic bags as he headed back to his apartment, where he placed the purchased goods inside a magic circle and finished his statement. "But I know how to refine pills," he said as he lifted his 2 fingers up to conjure the magic spell, Spirit Condensing Formation Up. As light emitted from the magic circle, small spirit enhancing pill, complete. And golden pills fell on his hand and explained that a spirit-enhancing pill is a kind of pill that can enhance one's primordial QI. It can be called panacea. People who are ill, injured, or weak can all take it. Since now they have a fateful connection. "I'll give him another gift," he said, then started writing something on a paper as he also received a phone call from his Aunt Tang, which he answered. "Yes, it's me, Chen Fan. I want to ask a favor of you. Ranran wants to go out to a party with her friends, but I'm worried. Can you go with her? It won't be too long, just dinner." "Perhaps." "No problem, Aunt Tang," he replied. "Great. I'll send you the time and address." As he hung up the call, then thought to himself, "I'll do this just for you, Aunt Tang." It shifts to the restaurant or cafe as Ranran was with her two friends, as it showed that she was complaining to her mother on the phone about the fact that she asked Chen Fan to accompany her. And one of the blonde friend asked her what was troubling her, as it's her birthday, and she replied that her mom is sending Chen Fan here, but she doesn't like him that much. The blonde friend asks, "He is the son of your mom's friend, right? The one your mom wants you to marry?" "Yeah, it's so annoying," Ranran replied. "What does he look like? What is his family like?" asked the blonde girl. However, Ranran chopped her head, calling her a little gold digger, only caring if a guy is handsome and has money. The blonde girl arrogantly folded her arms, saying what was wrong in her thinking, because in this society, what use is a man without a handsome face or a rich and powerful family? The other friend, Xu Rongfei, also interjected, saying, "Meng Meng, the blonde girl, is just being petty. However, if his financial condition is not good, it will be difficult, and you'll have trouble understanding each other after they get married, even though they love each other." And Ranran, feeling all flustered, said how she doesn't like him like that, so there was no need to worry. Now I'm in a bad mood." Then entered Chen Fan as he was looking for the group of friends, whom he noticed as he entered and approached to greet Ranran as she greeted him back. However, his visitation wasn't welcomed by everyone as the blonde girl. Meng Meng intended on embarrassing our MC as she said, "So you are Chen Fan? You want to go after our campus's beauty? Do you know how many admirers she has in the school? Who gave you the courage?" However, Ranran stopped her from speaking, and Chen Fan, being the giga he is, wasn't even fazed by her words. "Worry not, I just came here to have dinner with her because Aunt Tang asked. I have no intention to go after her," as his gaze fell upon the white-haired friend, Xu Rongfei, as he explained that she is the one he has to keep an eye on, because in his previous life she died tragically, and now he hopes he can save her in this life. However, in the next second she looked at him sharply, asking if he knew her, and why his starring. "No, but I have a learned family, proficient in divination, and people say I'm a great fortune teller," he replied. "Although this is the first time I've met you, I know you are an art student and will be admitted to Yanjing College of Film and Television in the future." "How do you know that I want to go to Yanjing College of Film and Television?" she asked, but the blonde girl intervened. "You are a celebrity at Ivy High School. Who doesn't know about you? You, boy from Sishui, you can't win over a girl by just talking glibly." And Ranran meanwhile thought to herself, "I thought he just liked to brag. But he knows something after all. I didn't expect him to be so cocky." Xu Rongfei also wondered to herself, "But I just told my mom, my ideal university last night. However, I didn't tell anyone else. So how did he know? I can't ask him more in the presence of others. He is so odd, he seems to have a kind of strange magnetism." More people then arrived outside as the blonde girl got up with excitement, calling for her boyfriend Yang Chao, saying how the party should now begin as they all went outside, and she happily jumped at her boyfriend. However, Chen Fan wasn't too pleased as Yang Chao was his biggest enemy in his past life when he was in school and loved to show off in front of beautiful girls and how he often embarrassed him. Yang Chao then asked her girlfriend Meng Meng who exactly Chen was, and she whispered in his ears to him about the situation, and going off to what was said, he smugly introduced himself, saying how his family runs a 5-star hotel and said how Chen Fan dares to go after their campus beauty Jiang, aka Ranran, also saying how he must have an extraordinary background while holding out a hand to Chen Fan. However, his inner thoughts were betraying what he was saying out loud as he was calling him a bumpkin, and how he dares to go with them in the same school. Chen Fan didn't shake his hand, though, as he just introduced himself as well. Xu Rongfei was thinking to herself how it's not good to mess with Yang Chao, as there was a guy who offended him, and Yang Chao had the whole basketball team beat him up and break his leg. The guy even dropped out of school. After her thoughts, she then cast a worried glance at Chen Fan, and his only response was to smile at her, which made her turn away, feeling a little bit flustered as she caught herself worrying about our MC, also asking herself why he is even smiling, calling him an idiot who is totally oblivious. Yang Chao, being loud, bragged by announcing that they can go to karaoke, then dinner.
And after that, they can hit the bar street, saying how no one's going home early tonight, while his girlfriend suggested going to a new karaoke bar in the new urban district as their King's Hall is cool. He kissed her on the head, saying how they shall go there then, which made Chen Fan understand why his Aunt Tang was worried, as they will probably end the party at daybreak. I have to go to treat Weifu, though. I don't have a lot of time, he said to himself. The waist of the guy, however, still tried to embarrass our Mick, pretending that their cars are full and laying his hand on Chen Fan's shoulder. Said, how about he takes a taxi to the destination by himself? Chen Fan, however, knew that they were obviously messing with him, as there was plenty of vacant seats, and Exu Rongfei, being the kind soul he has saved him, as she called Chen over to their car, saying how there is plenty of room, and Ranran, who was next to her, wasn't very pleased at her actions. The same went for the blonde girl, who now had to sit at the back seat, allowing Qin to sit in front. Chen Fan was glad that Exu Rongfei was still kind-hearted, like she was in his past life. Then off they went to the karaoke bar, where in the entrance they were greeted by ladies in pink.
Welcome back. Last time we left off on the scene where everyone was heading to the karaoke bar, and as soon as they entered, Yang Chao was already showing off his wealth as yelled for the biggest and best hall. The King's Hall is occupied by a very important man for entertainment, and he is a distinguished guest. How about you take the Queen's Hall? Replied the manager. It is of high grade as well, that I assure. However, Yang Chao's lackeys were not satisfied about the Queen's Hall, as one asked distinguished guests. Aren't we distinguished enough for you? Give us the King's Hall, another said. Do you really want to disappoint our brother Chao? And chanted, King's Hall, our brother is king. However, Yang Choa, at the other hand, wasn't really bothered by it, as he didn't want to cause too much trouble, and as long as it was big enough, then he had no problems. However, feeling the pressure from his girlfriend as well, he tried to act cool in front of everyone, as he tried to persuade the manager once more as he asked him to do him a favor, and his father runs a 5-star hotel, so he would owe him one in the future. But the manager still did not relent, suggesting that the Queen's Hall is also good enough. One of Yang Chao's friends got aggressive as he went on to the manager and gave him a slap, asking where his boss was exactly, which also shocked everyone, including Ranran, as there was no reason to cause trouble, as she suggested to everyone to leave and forget about the place to go somewhere else. However, Meng Meng reassured her that if there is any trouble, the Chao's father would run to help, as he knows a lot of people. Chen Fan, though, knew that it wasn't going to be so easy, as trouble seemed to be brewing, which made him warn Ranran that it was time to head back home, as he promised her mother to take care of her. However, the blonde girl took a liking to what Chen said, of course, as she thought he was trying to take Ranran away before the party even began, and Yang Chao took the opportunity to embarrass our MC, saying that he could leave if he wanted. However, he must let Ranran decide for herself, and with so much pressure on her, she just yielded to her best friend's request to stay, and told off the MC to leave and go home by himself, and inform her mother about it. Meng Meng then thanked her by kissing her on the cheek for choosing her side, and she turned to Chen Fan. Well, you heard her. Off you go, Chen. However, the ever-so-kind Xu Rongfei stood up for our MC, asking Ranran on why she was embarrassing him like that, and she just made the excuse that Meng Meng would be mad with her otherwise. What an ungrateful girl, Chen said to himself, as he was only trying to help her, and then kept to himself as someone seemed to be heading their way, wanting to see how they would deal with the situation. We are then shown a lot of men in black who came down to access the situation, and their pack ladder was a bold guy with a scar on his face who asked angrily as to who was the one who caused trouble and dared to hit the lobby manager. Then the arrogant lackey of Yang Chao came out and proudly announced that he was the one who did it, not knowing the kind of trouble he was setting himself up to, and the bold man was happy to hear that, as he saved much time, and in the next second, he ordered the men in black to capture the guy as the boss wants to see him. The blonde guy, however, screamed in indignation, asking whether they knew he was, and Yang Chao intervened to save his friend as he was trying to come up with a solution for the problem. You dare to make trouble on the boss's turf? Guess we will have to take you to talk with the boss, said the bold guy. Fine, we will go see your boss. Just put him down, Yang Chao pleaded. The lackey who was causing trouble was now sweating heavily as he realized they were in big trouble, asking Chao what to do now, and Yang Chao just gave him a false hope by saying that they outnumbered them, and there was no reason to panic. Ranran now also began to worry once more, asking what's going to happen. But still her friend was relying on Yang Chao's father to help them. Chen Fan was just enjoying the scene from behind, smiling to himself as he wondered how Chao will handle the situation. And on they went to the king's hall towards the boss, and as they entered the hall, they saw the boss waiting for them, as he had a girl besides him sitting on his lap. "Sir, I have brought them to you," said the bold guy. "Hey, big brother, we want to borrow your king's hall tonight," Yang Chao pleaded arrogantly, and the boss man was now curious at who the guy was asking for his name. "My name is Yang Chao, and my father is Yang Yifan of Tiansheng Hotel. Do me a favor." "Huh? You?" "Even your father would humbly call me Brother Hao when he sees me." Yang Chao was now panicking even more by hearing his name, as asked once more for clarification on his real name, and the boss laughed, saying his name was Zhou Tianhao, which shocked everyone. And they began to become fearful, just from the mention of his name. Chen Fan was even thinking to himself that Brother Hao is the big boss, who has his hand reached out to both black and white, with extraordinary background and ability. "You people seem to be hoity-toity, but just a second or third tier group in Chuzhou." "Why the smugness?" the boss inquired, and one of the bodyguards took it upon himself to knee the guy who was causing trouble earlier and said to him, "You were so great, huh?" However, the guy is even more cowardly now as he begged for his life. "No, big brother, I'm sorry, spare me, please." "Spare you? Okay, chop your hand off and maybe I will spare you." On the other hand, Yang Chao was sweating bullets as he knew that things were not going to go as planned, and even though his lackey deserves it, he has to stand up for him, or he will lose his reputation. He then said out loud to Brother Hao that it was all their fault, and then apologized, asking him to not take it too far. Brother Hao agreed to his proposition as he dined with his father a few times, and he can do him a little favor, which made Yang Chao glad as he thought he resolved the situation. However, the boss had another thing in mind as he asked for the 3 girls to stay and have a drink with him in return, which naturally shocked the girls as they were not expecting it, and Yang Chao, still playing protector, asked to be lenient as one of the girls is his girlfriend, telling him that he couldn't just leave her behind, which also made the boss furious at his many requests as he threw the class he held onto the ground, shouting for him to cut the crap and do as told, as the atmosphere became even more tense as everyone shrieked in fear as they could not challenge the big boss if Chuzhou, crying for their departure. The girl who was sitting on the boss's lap stood up to pour some wine and invited the girls to step forward and have a drink as the boss does not bite. "Decide quickly," yelled the bold guy, which got them even more riled up. Even Ranran was thinking to herself that it seems like they can't avoid a little humiliation, as her father is also a respected name in Chuzhou, and he works for the government too, thinking that Brother Hao won't do anything to her if she goes to him, and decided that she had to stay so that the others go be out safely as she gathered her courage to speak up, which interrupted by Chen Fan as he held a hand across her and told the boss that 2 of the girls are his friends, so he should also do him a favor and let them go. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" "It will be settled as long as I drink with him and he gets an apology," yelled Ranran, which naturally amused Brother Hao as he asked Chen Fan, who he thought he was, to ask him for a favor, and he replied, "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." And Brother Hao laughed hard at his statement. "You are someone I cannot offend? Is there anyone in Chuzhou that I cannot offend?" "Boy, because of what you said, you will not be able to walk out of the door in one piece," which made the girls fall into despair as they thought now things were getting out of control, wondering what they should as Chen Fan might die now, not knowing how RMC is the GOAT. Brother Hao ordered his best man, the bold guy whose name was Biao, to kick the hell out of Chen Fan, and he happily obliged. As Biao is the #1 fighter of Zhou Tianhao, he is the man who had gotten out of military prison by Zhou. He's short-tempered and was sentenced to prison for badly injuring his trainer in the army. He greatly contributed to the achievements of Brother Hao over the past 10 years. It then shifts back to the fight as he was preparing a blow against our MC as he swung a fist towards his face, which made the ever-so-kind Shu Rongfei to worry about Chen's fate as he yelled at him to watch out. However, he wasn't fazed as he reassured her that there was no need to worry, and while the fist was coming at him, Biao was bussed, explaining how his fists can break a hole through a wooden wall, confident that he couldn't stop it. However, Chen simply blocked it with his strength, and Biao shrieked back in pain. Feeling the strength of our MC, he was surprised that he could get hurt, wondering if Chen studied kung fu, saying no wonder why he was so bold as he then wore knuckles behind his back. "Interesting boy, let's take it seriously now." And so the battle began. Biao swooped in for a right hook. However, Chen Fan dodged it and looked to counter, saying, since the guy was being so brutal, then the guy must not blame him for being ruthless, as he countered with a powerful kick on his chest, shocking everyone. As he was coughing blood and he thumbed on the floor, Brother Hao was also shocked, as his best fighter was just defeated with one blow, and shouted for his other men to stop watching and just attack him all at once. They heeded the boss's orders and pulled out knives to prepare for an attack, however. Our boy wasn't fazed at all, as he sighed, calling them a bunch of fools, as he suddenly dashed through them with great speed, attacking them one by one as they all slammed to the floor with pain, clinching the areas they were damaged, moaning. He won? What is this, a drama show? Meng Meng wondered. After he dealt with the guys, he then confidently sat across Brother Hao, asking him on how he saw him now after everything, and Brother Hao was thinking to himself that our boy could beat a dozen of his best men, saying how he has been in Chojo for more than 10 years, but has never seen suck skills like that before. He still tried to play it cool, though, as he admitted that Chen Fan got some skills. But how would he fare against a gun, as it's the modern era right now, and excellent kung fu skills are not so intimidating? "I can get you thrown in jail with a single call," he said. On the other hand, Chen Fan was thinking to himself on whether he was really threatening him, and if so, he could just use magic techniques to kill him quickly. But before anything, our boy asked Brother Hao to first let his friends and the others to go, then they can both have fun afterwards, and he agreed, grinning about the fact that he cannot wait to see our MC squirm. The guys who came with Chen cowardly ran as if they were not the ones causing trouble, leaving Chen behind. But only one person was willing to stay behind, as she was worried for our MC, the perfect waifu Shu Rongfei. However, the arrogant Ranran was the one who was holding her back from staying, as she forcibly pulled her out of the king's hall, as she was thinking that no matter how confident he is, not everything is settled by fighting. After the departure of everyone, our boy became more relaxed, as now he can even show off his magical powers. But he was interrupted by a phone call, as it was Xia Qi, the bodyguard of the old man, as he was wondering why Chen Fan was not at the pickup location since he has a checkup with the old man, and he just told him he cannot be at the pickup location now. Since he ran into some bit of trouble, the bodyguard was now on full alert, as he asked our boy where exactly is he at that moment, as he could come and sort out the problem he is facing, asking who exactly is giving him trouble. Chen then told him that it Brother Hao, and after hearing the name, the bodyguard then got furious as he told our boy to wait for 10 minutes and he will definitely be there, then hung up the call. On the other hand, Brother Hao was still mocking the MC, as he thought no one would dare to cause a fuss in his presence, even whomever the MC was on a call with. But Chen Fan just told him to wait for 10 minutes. Then all will resolved, as the boss guy agreed, as he didn't mind, still thinking he was at the top. Oh, how wrong he was. As after some time there was noise outside, as someone was budging into the king's hall, shouting for no one to stop him, and entered. And soon as he did, the ever-so-confident boss Hao was now cowering in fear, as it was Brother Qi, the old man's bodyguard, asking Brother Qi what he was doing there. But Brother Qi didn't pay much mind to at first, as he inquired about the well-being of our, and he just responded that who would even dare hurt him, and after the inquiry he turned his attention to Boss Hao, who we will now call Mr. Hao, as it was shown who was boss now. He shouted at Hao for daring to cause trouble for our boy, as he is the old man's friend, which naturally shocked Hao, as the Wei family is powerful, and he was also relying on them, continuing to elaborate that it was even the old man himself who sent him to pick Chen Fan for dinner, asking whether he thought he was lying by saying that, and he hastily denied the fact of not believing him, knowing he would be doomed if he said otherwise, and immediately bowed in respect to our MC, apologizing for not recognizing that our boy was the old man's friend, which also shocked the girl next to him, as it was the first time he sees Brother Hao bowing to someone, as she always thought Brother Hao had a backer, and it turned out the backer was our boy's friend now. Then Brother Qi asked the MC on how they should deal with the situation. However, since our MC was so benevolent, he decided to spare Brother Hao, since the bodyguard was familiar with him and directly told Brother Hao that if he wasn't satisfied, then he is always ready for a fight any time. And Brother Hao got intimidated as he wouldn't dare to even think about it as they then later departed, which made Brother Hao feel relieved at the fact that they left. After that, the scene shifted to the house of the Wei family, and as soon as Chen Fan got out the car, he was immediately impressed by the big yard as the later entered the house of the Wei, as he was greeted by the sight of the old man and the granddaughter, and casting a glance at our MC, the girl was a bit surprised that our boy was not holding any medicinal supplies or equipment, since he came to treat his grandfather. However, Chen Fan just replied that his treatment doesn't really need any acupuncture or manipulation therapy. And after that, he was seen handing a piece of paper to the old man, as the old man was also wondering what he was gifting him. And as he looked at the paper handed to him, he was immediately stunned and lost for words for a short period of time, as her granddaughter was also wondering what was getting the old man all riled up, as he suddenly bowed at our boy for the gift gifted to him, thanking him for his kindness, pledging that he will never forget it. However, Chen was humble as always, as he just told him to not mention it at all, as he got his injury defending the country, and he can't turn a blind eye now that they have met. And as the girl was trying to help the grandfather stand upright, she asked why he was giving such a salute to our boy without any reason. However, the old man did not try to explain to her as he asked the MC to do the honors for him, as he accepted and started explaining to the girl that her grandfather's injury consists of two parts. One is that he forced himself to use inner strength, then got injured and has not been treated, so his injury is in his lungs and cannot be healed. And the other reason is that there is a problem to the inner strength he produces, which hurt his lungs. The slight injury he circulated every time has accumulated into a big one. "So you are saying there is something wrong with my lungs as well?" asked the girl, theoretically, but your cultivation is too shallow to reach such a degree, and the girl was relieved that now he has to thank her shallow cultivation, then thanked our boy. Comment down below if you think our boy got a new waifu. The old man then said that when he first learned his martial arts from his family, they also mentioned the problem. However, he thought it was luck to have inner strength arts to practice at the time, saying that who cared if it would injure his lungs or not, and patting his granddaughter on the head, he said that if she hadn't wanted to learn the martial arts so badly, then he would have taken the secret of the defective arts to his grave. However, Mr. Chen gave him the booklet, which contains the revision of the defect even many levels higher, which also stunned the girl as she does not remember teaching him their family arts. So how did he figure out the way to revise it? And the old man responded by saying that is what's great about a master of martial arts, as he can just tell by looking at him and immediately know about it roughly. However, Chen Fan reminded them again that he is a Dao cultivator. The old man still continued, though, saying that with such abilities, he is as great as a master. After that, Chen Fan took out the pills he had prepared, explaining that they are spirit-enhancing pills, and he must take all 10 of them on time, coordinating with the revised arts, and he will be okay. But unfortunately, the ingredients of the spirit-enhancing pills are extremely rare, and how they can even bring back the dead, saying lung injuries are definitely not a big problem. But by saying that, it kind of angered the girl a little bit as she furiously grabbed out the pills out our MC hands, as she thought that he was bragging by saying how can pills bring back the dead to life, saying it is just a made-up fairy tale. However, Chen didn't try to even convince her much, as it was her choice to believe him or not. After that, the old man then asked our boy if he could at least tell them about the ingredients so he can ask his men to collect them for him, and Chen agreed, as he knew no one could refine them anyways but him. Then he took a brush upon his hands and began listing the ingredients needed, as he was also explaining to us that the pills, like spirit-enhancing pills, must be refined with exclusive methods of the immortal realm, and a layman couldn't make it even if they tried 1,000,000 times. Old Man Wei later also confirmed, after looking at the list, that the materials do seem hard to collect even for their Wei family. But still, they will try their best, and after everything said, Chen Fan wanted to inquire about the martial arts realm the old man kept talking about, which the old man Wei was expecting, telling him to ask away. But it was not fully disclosed at that moment, as the scene shifts to the MC on the car as he was recalling what the old man was saying about the martial arts realm, and his explanation went as follows. The inheritance of martial arts has a long history, and legend has it that originally it was a key refining technique. But he doesn't know much. After all, for him, practicing martial arts is just a family inheritance and an interest, which was revised, upgraded, and developed into all kinds of different inner strength arts, also attack and defense art. The last most prosperous time for the martial arts realm was the end of the Ning dynasty and the beginning of the Qing dynasty. When experts and masters came forth in large numbers, later guns and cannons rose and martial arts began to fall. Now, master-level martial arts have become rare. There are 3 stages of a martial artist: outer strength, inner strength, and sublimity. Most of the practitioners now are in the first stage, very few in the second, and as for the sublimity master with gang key protection that can defend against firearms apart from Chen, he has only just seen one, and it is said that there is another level above the sublimity, but no one has ever seen it. And Chen was saying to himself that whatever the old man said has nothing to do with him anyways, and with a certain key on his hand which was given to him, which was rather nice and convenient as he felt he deserved it since he has the confidence of a retribution enduring immortal sovereign. Then the scene shifts to the Wei family once more as the girl was inquiring to her grandfather about the key the old man gifted to our boy, as it is a key of the top-level house of the Yunwu villa. Since it was a present from the richest man of Chuzhou to the third uncle, and he gave it to him, while accepting that Chen Fan did indeed heal his injury, but was it necessary to give him such an expensive house? However, the old man was very serious as he told the girl that she doesn't seem to understand anything, as the revised arts given alone is priceless, which made her realize a bit, and moreover she has no idea what it is to be a master of martial arts. However, she was still insistent on asking what was so great about a master of martial arts, thinking it made no difference, asking if they can resist bullets, cannons, or even missiles. But the old man just patted her on the head and told her that it is not as simple as that, as Chen Fan is on par with the military legend Yamantane. And even though he is so young, they must definitely keep him on their side. Yamantane? The girl wondered. Oh, I see. Chen Fan is destined to be extraordinary, saying that while looking up with light beaming around her, creating a heartwarming picture. The scene then shifts once more to our MC, while he was being dropped off at his destination by Brother Tuai. As he followed his instruction according to his arrangement, they are not going to Yunwu Villa. So at the moment they are at the lakeside community, which satisfied Chen Fan. And while he was stepping out of the car, his phone rang, and the person behind the phone call was none other than
Ran herself, who wanted to invite our boy for dinner.
Welcome back. On the previous video, we ended at the part where Ran was inviting our boy for some dinner by also enticing him with fact that our waifu Shu Rongfei and Zhong Yumeng will be there. However, our boy being the Giga Chad, he is immediately denied the proposal and quickly hung up as since he was not interested in the slightest, which left the girl shocked and got infuriated as he just hung up on her, calling him a show-off, also saying he is stuck up. After all, however, after calming down, she suddenly became flustered as she thought he was kind of charming when he was fighting all those guys, so he was quite heroic. We then have a time skip to 3 peaceful days after, as we are shown our boy at his apartment sitting in a lotus position while meditating, describing that after a few days of closed-door cultivation, he has reached the peak of the initial stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from the middle stage. And after that, he got up and took his beg, seeming to be heading somewhere, and of course it's where everyone aren't to pleased go, and that's school. Also, while walking on his way, he was busy complaining about how he didn't want to go to school, and he is only going because of the sake of his mom. Then we are later bereaved about the high school he will be attending, Ivy International High School, which is a private exclusive school. It is equipped with top hardware facilities, faculty, and enjoys a great reputation as well, and students there either have excellent grades or have a super rich family. Chen Fan's class was located at the 3rd year, Class 9, which upon entry was buzzing with chatter from his fellow classmates. Within them there was a particular guy with blue hair whom was sleeping and seemed to be woken up by our boy's presence, towering over the guy, which led him to ask Chen Fan if he was looking for anything in particular, but our boy did not respond. However, the blued hair guy realized that our boy was now going to be the guy sitting next to him, which disappointed him a little as he thought that it would maybe be a beautiful girl sitting next to him. After that, the bell rung, which signaled the beginning of class, and then entered the class teacher, who announced the new transfer student, asking for him to introduce himself, and our boy boldly stood up and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone, my name is Chen Fan," as he kept it short and brief, which brought contempt to himself as the classmates showed little interest to him, calling him ordinary, plain-looking, boring, not worth knowing, poor and powerless. Immediately as he sat down, the guy next to him started talking, calling his introduction too simple, saying, how could he attract girls if he doesn't put any effort? However, he let go of the matter and began to introduce himself as Zhang Tongqiu, nicknamed the nightclub prince, as there isn't a nightclub in Chuzhou that he doesn't know. The MC, however, already knew his name, which straddled him a bit, but then thought to himself that his reputation precedes him, then asked for the ears our MC as he wanted to tell him something, while Chen Fan was busy thinking to himself that not only was he his desk mate, but also his best buddy in his past life, and when our boy was down and out, only he was there for him, as we get a little flashback to the old-looking Jiang, who was an alcoholic as bottles of drinks filled the table, while our boy was explaining to us that back then the guy stabbed someone for a girl, and thus was imprisoned for 7 years, ruining his whole life as the two of them could only drink away their sorrows. And the old Zhang was smashing one of the bottle on the floor in anger, as the thing he regretted most was ruining his life for a girl, wishing that he could live again to change his misdoings, and back in the present moment Chen Fan was clenching his fists, saying that in this life he will try his hardest to protect his friends, as our boy was busy making promises to himself. His friend next to him was also wondering why he was not saying anything to his rumbling, and our just responded that he was listening, which made the guy talk even more as he now started boasting about showing his real ability by informing Chen about the beauties of their school, which they call bells. And even though the girls in their class are not bad, there is the prettiest among them all, and that is their class monitor, Chong Wei, a purple-haired beauty, and she will be the host of their campus evening, as only our waifu Shu Rongfei and Zhang Churan aka Ranran are slightly prettier than her. And he continued explaining about Shu Rongfei, saying she is already a minor celebrity as a model and even acted as a supporting character in a TV series. And it is said she can afford a BMW with the money she makes in a year, outstripping 99% of students in China. On the other hand, Chen Fan was chuckling to himself, thinking about how his friend would react if he told him that Shu Rongfei and him nearly became lovers in his previous life. But don't even think about the class monitor. She doesn't even want me, let alone you, said Jiang. And to himself, Chen was thinking that he has not changed at all, as he is still full of hot air. It is Si Yingxia she fancies, but the guy is too proud to even look at her, Jiang said. And then on entered Si Yingxia, who we will be calling Sai from now on. The guy was the head teacher's favorite student, as he once won a prize in a national Olympic math competition and was then recommended for admission to Huaqing and Yanjing universities, and now he is a treasure to the whole school. Even after entering the class late, the teacher didn't even make a fuss about the matter, as she just welcomed him inside, as we are now shown the class monitor, who seemed to be proud and excited from seeing him, as the classmates were praising him, calling him handsome more than any other idol, which angered Jiang, as he is also a forward for the basketball team, as the cheerleaders of their school are all pretty girls who love him and the coward Yang Chao. However, the C fancies our beloved Shu Rongfei, and as always, our boy wasn't too impressed, which led Jiang to ask what Chen actually thought of the guy, and our boy just replied, "Really, I don't see anything special about him. However, in his head, he was thinking that in his past life, C was definitely the most enviable person to all boys of the school, including himself. But in this life, he is nothing in his eyes and far less important than his friend Jiang. However, his so-called fiend thought that he was conceited, as even though he also does not quite like him, he really is awesome. As time went by, the bell rang once more for the end of class for the beginning of lunch break, as in the next second, the class monitor approached our duo's desk, informing them that the school's basketball team will have a training game during lunch break, and the two of them must help carry the drinks, as she also departed immediately without even considering their thoughts. Which frustrated Jian, as he knew that the girl was only trying to show off in front the guy named S.I. as she ordered them like dogs. And the scene then shifts to the basketball court, which was buzzing in noise, and the most attention was fixed on the two boys, S.I. and Yang Chao. Chen Fan was also surprised by the praise they received, which again annoyed Jiang, mainly because the guy named S.I. was even ignoring the class monitor, and without knowing that our boy knew the waste man, Yang Chao. He continued to give entail about him, telling him that he is the team leader and his father is the CEO of the Tiansheng Hotel, and someone once offended which caused him to lead the whole basketball team to beat him up, and they ended up even breaking his leg, which naturally caused the victim to leave school, and school even let the matter pass. Jiang also, wishing he could be as prestigious as him one day. We are then shown the class monitor doing her best to please the guy named C by providing him with water to drink, and in the next second, turned her head to someone asking them rudely at what they are doing as he should hand water to the other plates, and he did, which turned out to be our boy, who threw a bottle of water to Yang Chao, who was surprised as Chen greeted him, "Long time no see," and Yang Chao just nervously agreed, and not wanting to prolong his stay there near Chen, he immediately grabbed the hand of C in order to get away from him as far as possible. But since the named C was oblivious to everything, he wondered about the new transfer student and his friend Jian, thinking they're nobodies, which Yang Chao reacted to asking them if they knew Chen. However, the class monitor interjected saying Chen Fan was just a new kid who transferred to their class, calling him a poor loser, and also further saying that one could order him around, and Yang Chao just stared at quietly as he knew otherwise from the previous encounter. The slander, however, was overheard by our boy, which infuriated him. After the lunch break, we were taken back to the classroom once more as the class monitor came again to their desk, thinking she could control our boy. Oh, how wrong she is. She began to order him to go and carry things for the team, as they are going to have a match tonight. However, Chen Fan denied as he was not a simp, which stunned the girl a bit, as she was not expecting refusal. And in Chen Fan's mind, he was thinking back to the fact that she talked crap about him behind his back at the basketball court earlier, and he was only trying to help at that time, and the girl, trying to confirm once more, asked whether he is really denying her request, and our boy stood up to confront her, telling her that he is indeed denying as it is the school team's match, so she should ask the sport department to do it instead, saying, "What does it have to do with him?" "You are really not going?" she asked. "No," he replied, and the girl was thinking to herself that she has a rich family and is the monitor, also thinking that she is superior to him like a princess, and only boys as excellent as Sai can make her slightly lower her head, and a plain and unimpressive transfer student like him dares to turn her down. "Do you think the match is not important at all?" she asked. However, this time our boy just ignored her by just opening a book in front of her, which obviously triggered her. And hearing all the commotion, a huge figure appeared. "You dare disrespect the school team?" he asked loudly with fury in his tone and demeanor. However, our boy wasn't fazed, as always, as he called his name Ji Xing Yu, who we would be calling G from now on, the sports commissary, a substitute of the school basketball team. And as our boy was saying all this with slight hint of mockery, which caught the guy named Sai's attention, and the guy G was furious from Chen mocking him as he seemed to be raging. However, Jiang tried to defuse the heated conversation, saying the guy should not take what Chen said seriously, as he is just newcomer and he knows nothing, as then patted our boy's shoulder, telling him that it is just carrying some stuff, so they can do it together. However, our boy did no relent on his decision, as he told Jiang that he could do it if he wanted. However, he is not going anywhere. You got some nerve? The last guy we had, like you got his leg broken. I cannot wait to wipe off that smug look on your face, said the guy G, and Chen, without fear, just smiled and told him he could try any time. The other students, though, overhearing everything, were busy discussing how members of the school team are all tall and strong, and they made it to the final 8 in the Jiangnan Province High School League last year, winning honor for their school, so they swagger around in the school, and almost no one dares to offend them. Remembering that someone once pissed off Yang Chao, who led the team to break the guy's leg, and the guy G was among them. And the other guy said our boy unexpectedly has a temper, but the other just called it overconfidence, which was confirmed by another as he asked whether Chen Fan did not consider his own ability before challenging G in the class monitor. However, everything was interrupted by the teacher, who appeared in the classroom and began telling everyone that there is a taekwondo class this afternoon, and if anyone wants to take part in it, then they should hand in the clothing and lesson fee, and they are participating, and if not, then they are dismissed and are free to leave, which was perfect for our MC since he wanted to leave because of boredom. And as he stood up to depart, his way forward was blocked by the guy G, who told him to not leave yet, trying to convince him to attend the taekwondo class if he dared, but our boy was not interested, as he replied that it was none of his business. However, at that moment, the guy G then wanted to provoke him by asking if he did not have any money, and if not, then he could tell him, as he can pay for Chen and the class monitor. Also added that if he does not want to participate in class activities, then he must not blame her for telling the teacher in the influence of his term assessment, which finally got to our boy as he just smiled and agreed. Then we are shown the gym, which they briefed us on, as the taekwondo gym is very gorgeously built, and it is about the same size as the basketball gym. And it is a big class, as not only class 9 of the 3rd year attend, but also many classes from all the grades attend this class. After all, that the scene then shifts inside the taekwondo class, as everyone who attended was geared up, and the forever talkative Jiang was there too, explaining to our MC that the taekwondo at their school is very famous, as the coach has won the 2nd place prize of the national game, and he is very competent. While putting his hand on our MC's shoulder, he told him that the guy G probably dragged him to the class in order to embarrass him, telling our boy to just ignore him. The teacher then arrived, as everyone gave him a salute, bowing their heads to the sensei, as the teacher then clapped his hands to inform everyone to warm up first, and then practice against each other, as he then called the guy C to demonstrate first alongside the guy. G and C gladly bowed to begin the sparring match, while on the other hand, Jiang was busy explaining to our boy how the guy C is a red belt, second only to a black belt, which represent danger and attack. As one cannot reach such a level without years of practice, the coach then began the match between the guy C and G, with C making the first move by executing a flying spinning knee kick, which was being overly praised by the spectators, whom were mostly females, as they thought his movements were awesome. And as fast as the match began, it also ended with the guy C being the victor, as then the coach announced that now everyone should practice with each other according to the arranged pairs. However, of course, there had to be trouble, as the guy G went forward and asked the coach on whether he could challenge someone first before they began with anything else, then called out Chen Fan to come and play with him, since he was acting quite smug at lunch break, which made everyone else in the dojo wonder why the guy G, a blue belt, was challenging Chen Fan, a white belt, as everyone then began to speculate that maybe our boy angered the guy G, hence why he was challenged. However, our MC was just smiling at the guy, G's attempt at calling him out as if he knew it would turn out that way. And then the coach asked the guy G again if he really was sure on wanting to challenge a white belt, and turning his head to our boy, the coach informed him that due to the huge gap between their levels, he has the right to refuse. But obviously, the guy G was not going to let that happen as he tried to provoke our MC, asking him if whether he lost his nerve since he was so smug earlier. However, without fear, Chen Fan stood up and went forward towards him, while also informing him that he cannot perform taekwondo, but the guy G, being all confident, just told our boy to use whatever skill he can do, leaving the others to anticipate what was about to occur at that moment. "Well, does that mean you have to fight with me?" asked Chen. "Are you afraid? Don't ever brag if you are afraid. Ivy High School is not somewhere a bumpkin from a little county like you can swagger around." Then Chen Fan responded, "I'm just afraid you can't withstand my attack," and with that G began to shout out loud, "I can't withstand your attack," and while spreading his arms wide, telling everyone that Chen Fan said that he cannot afford to stand his attack. How ridiculous is that? "Let me show you how I beat you," he shouted. Then G started showing off his kicks, asking Chen Fan if he could see how much he is better than him. However, our boy just nonchalantly responded by saying that his moves are showy but not practical at all in battle, which naturally angered everyone attending the class since he was disrespecting Taekwondo in everyone's eyes. And with that fact, the spectators started rooting for the guy G to teach Chen Fan a lesson as he was courting death, which filled the guy G with confidence as he then began rushing at Chen Fan and throw a body kick, which was easily dodged the attack. After dodging another kick, he began to belittle his attacks as he then began to prepare his own counterattack, raising his leg above for an axe kick, which the guy G realized. However, his realization was too late as he tried to dodge, but because the kick was fast, he tried to block it instead. However, our boy's axe kick was way too powerful as it slammed him down on the floor, creating a loud bang, which naturally shocked everyone as in the next moment the spectators started berating the guy G for being too weak as he couldn't even beat Chen Fan, the new transfer student, as it really seemed that the new student was not bragging earlier and he real has skill. While the class monitor was also thinking to himself that the guy G boasted to her and now could not withstand a kick from Chen Fan, calling the guy G a shameful loser, while at the same time the guy C went up to his unconscious friend, asking if was all right, then stared at our boy, asking him why he had to hit the guy G so hard since they were all classmates, becoming even more angrier. But our boy just responded by saying that he was the one who provoked him, asking him what would have happened if the guy G's attack landed on him. As surely if the guy G would hit him, it would have been a fatal attack. However, the guy C, not listening to our boy, just came to him even closer, saying that since he has such strength, how about he accepts his challenge? Which also began to worry the class monitor a bit, calling his name. However, the guy stopped her by showing his palm to her from saying any more as he prepared for a fight, while also thinking to himself that Chen Fan's kick was really amazing as the speed and power cannot be from an ordinary person, saying he has been training in this sport since childhood, and since he has worked hard for more than 10 years, so he cannot possibly lose. "You want to fight with me?" asked Chen. "You know I will not stop if we start right," he stated. The crowd, meanwhile, were also busy discussing the kick Chen Fan delivered on the guy G, as they said it was not so impressive, and it was just a little fast and powerful, while favoring the guy named C as he has received so much praise from black belt masters, and another confirming as they wanted to see who will lose now between our boy and the guy C, as another, also called Chen Fan, a braggart. As they believe the guy named Sai is the best, the coach also then informed them that since they are both students, they can fight if the want. However, they must not go too far. Welcome back. Last time we ended at the point where the coach was informing our boy Chen Fan and the guy named Sai that they could fight if they wanted to. However, they must not go too far and stop where they should. However, his inside thoughts were betraying him because he was still annoyed at the fact that Chen Fan called his teachings showy but not practical, and telling himself that his favorite student will definitely teach him a lesson. Before the fight began between the two, the mood between them was heavy as Chen Fan then began to tell the guy named Sai to go on ahead and attack, which made the guy named Sai obliged, as he was not going to stand on ceremony, and in the next second he leapt in the air with a flying kick. While it was coming, our boy also acknowledged his attack a little bit, saying that he is not bad, comparing him to Biao, except for his lack of experience, and his fan of girls were also infatuated by his awesomeness in the kick executed, which was also praised silently by the coach, calling his kick the 4th level of a black belt, and with that kick alone, the guy C is bound to win. However, our boy was not that easy, as he just smirked and then blocked his kick with only one hand, which shocked the guy named Sai, asking how it was possible for him to block it so nonchalantly, thinking to himself that why is Chen Fan so awesome, but did not think for long as he delivered another kick aiming for his head. This time, however, Chen just brushed it off with a single hand, which left the guy named C to lose balance, at the same time further infuriating him as he began to throw a flurry of multiple kicks, and all of them was just all slapped away by our boy. But the guy C, not noticing his inferiority, he continued kicking with each and every kick slapped away. The guy Sai then realized that he was getting nowhere with his attacks, which led him to take a huge step back to access the situation, and in doing that, it caused Chen Fan to smile happily, saying that he has kicked so many times, so for once, how about receiving one of his punches? And after saying that, he made a punching stance, which the teacher instantly figured out, as he had a bad feeling about it since it seems dangerous, as he tried to warn the guy named C. However, Chen's punch was already coming with great speed, which led the guy named C to subconsciously block his face, to cover the so-called idle face, but it was a mistake in his part because Chen Fan's blow landed on the guy's stomach, as if he wanted the guy to spill what he ate yesterday, because it even created a loud boom. Also, it was shown that before punching the guy, he released some of his kai, which forcefully threw him back a few meters as he slammed down on the floor, which caused some silence all around, and the person who cared the most for the guy named C came forth to help him out, which was the monitor, the first one to hurry by his side, calling for his name in a frantic manner, since she was so worried, and the guy named Sai was busy coughing on the floor, and our boy reassured the monitor that the guy is all right and he will only just be tired for a while, which naturally angered the girl as she was grinding her teeth in fury, since Chen was the one who hurt her beloved idol student. But our boy, being the Chad he is, just turned his head and looked at the others, loudly asking them if anyone else wanted to challenge him. However, no one made a sound since they were all scared. And with that being the case, he pointed at the guy named C and told him once more, showy but not practical. And unless he can learn real kung fu from renowned masters, he will still not be a match for him even after another 10 years of practice. After spitting some game to the now-defeated C, he decided to leave with his hands behind his back like a true Chad among gigas, and among the way he put his hand on his friend Jiang, telling him for them to go out for some afternoon tea, and in Jiang's head he was thinking that our boy Chen was really wicked. However, he jumped in happiness as they left, while also thinking to himself that no wonder why our boy Chen did not bat an eye at the guy Sai, as the guy named Sai can't even take one of his punches, thinking that Chen Fan definitely isn't ordinary. After a few days, everyone in school was talking about Chen Fan, as also multiple girls wanted attention from him, as they were surrounding him for the fact that he defeated the guy C, and at the same him, back a few meters, as he slammed down on the floor, which caused some silence all around, and the person who cared the most for the guy named C came forth to help him out. Meanwhile, we are shown the guy C and the people also surrounding him, for different reasons, however, as they were cheering him up by telling him that he is a lot better than Chen Fan at sports, study, and piano, and so he is even more handsome than him. But the guy C was not responding at all to any of them, as they asked him if he was all right as he was. Too immersed in his thoughts, however, in the next moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder from his back, which turned out to be the waste man, Yang Chao saying that he saw the sea has absent-minded these days, asking him what was the problem. But the sea just responded by saying that it was nothing. Really, however, one of the people around him told the waste man Yang Chao that the problem is the transfer student, Chen Fan, in their class, who beat up their Big C in the Taekwondo gym and now struts around in their class, the class monitor also saying that he is just a loser who only knows how to fight, saying he can't match the guy. Sai when it comes to school work, family, and appearance, so naturally he loses in everything compared to him. And the words now began to uplift the guy. See, however, his face was still showing the darkness that was in his heart, and a menacing look. He actually admitted that Chen Fan is really better than him at fighting. But he doesn't believe that he will lose to him in other things. That's right. How can you lose to him? Tomorrow is the day of the welcome evening. The final stage is yours. Give your best performance and show that boy who is boss, said the class monitor, encouraging him further. At least the waste man, Yang Chao, knew his place as he was mentally telling the guy, see that Chen Fan is someone who can stand against the big boss of Chuzhou, Brother Hao, and so what can the guy named C really do to him? But then he continued to think to himself that it was better to not tell him about the information as to not make him even more upset. The scene then shifts to our duo Jiang and our MC outside, who were discussing about the welcome evening tomorrow, as our waifu Shu Rongfei will surely be performing, as the welcome evening was delayed for half a month due to the military training of the first years. However, the beaten-up Ji walked past them as if looking for trouble and asked Jiang on whether he still liked Shu Rongfei, but also saying that she belongs to the guy named C. However, our Chen corrected the guy by saying that he heard that Shu Rongfei only likes him as an ordinary friend. Well, she would not like you anyways, the guy Ji responded back. But our boy, being the Chad he is, just said that it would be hard to tell for sure. And Jiang, also standing up for our boy, shouted, that's right. Why can't she, Brother Fan, beat you up the other day? So are you really asking for trouble again? However, the guy Ji knew best, and so he just ignored Jiang and left at once. The next day, at the welcome evening, everyone was gathered at the theater hall to witness all the brilliant performances, with our duo not being the exception, as they were also among the audience. And after some while, Jiang was really impatient to see Shu Rongfei on stage. However, he did not have to wait long, as after some performances, the hosts, who were the class monitor and some other guy, announced that the performance they all been waiting for will be underway, as the beautiful Shu Rongfei will be performing a solo dance, calling her the Swan Princess, which caused the audience go in an uproar as they were waiting long, as in the next second the stage went completely dark, leaving a single spotlight to highlight the performance, as it was bound to be good. And for the music, it was the guy named C, who was on the piano, as he was dressed in all white, which matched the beautiful Shu Rongfei's dress, since the guy always accompanies the belle Shu Rongfei each time she dances. Then out came the ever-so-beautiful waifu, who was dressed like a majestic swan princess of ballet, with her hair tied up perfectly, skin glowing like the moonlight in a dark OBS, creating a bright and gently atmosphere. As she was twirling and twirling like one who dances with the wind, not to mention the cultivating poses, and as if not cultivating enough switch final and last dance, she simultaneously untied her hair, that created a breathtaking scene for everyone to feast their eyes upon, which naturally excited everyone, as the audience went into an uproar, booming with cheers from fellow students. And the creepy guy, C, took the opportunity to take advantage of the moment and quickly grabbed Shu Rongfei's hand, and they began bowing down to the audience, thanking then the process for the support. And as soon as they did, Shu Rongfei also quickly retracted her hand-do as to not cause any misunderstandings. However, it was a bit late, as some people in the Crowed thought that they looked perfect together and make a cute couple. But our Shu Rongfei wasn't too fond of the opinions everyone was throwing at them, which made her a little upset. After the brilliant performance, we were then shown Jiang, who was still praising Xu Rongfei, calling her his goddess, saying that she has a temperament that is as good as a professional ballet dancer, and also continuing to say that the guy named C wants to take advantage of his so-called goddess. Chen Fan, however, didn't really want to keep listening to his rumbles as he stood up to leave, and while up he was thinking to himself that he was satisfied to see Xu Rongfei's solo dance once again. But his train of thought was interrupted by Jiang as he was informing Chen Fan that their campus belle Xu Rongfei was coming their way, and alongside her was the class monitor and the now creepy guy C, who was chatting up our waifu, which naturally discouraged Jiang as he thought the guy C was winning her over. However, our boy, not wanting any trouble, just simply told Jiang that he was departing and went the other way. But he was then stopped by a voice. Alas, our great Master Chen is leaving so early, without greeting the two heroes of the welcoming evening? Which naturally caught the attention of our MC, and the voice was coming from the class monitor. However, not knowing that Chen and Xu knew each other in the next second, Xu Rongfei called out our boy's name loudly, with a questioning tone, and after finding out that it was really him, she ran with full speed to our boy with extreme excitement, and our boy, seeing her, opened his arms to embrace the joyful Xu, and then they hugged warmly, creating a bright and dazzling atmosphere between them as they also looked at each other with warm and fuzzy smiles. However, after some time realizing what she was doing, she immediately blushed and pulled herself back, feeling all embarrassed, then tried to explain to him that she was just happy to see that he was all right after the previous encounter, and our boy warmly smiled, then thanked her. But after that, Xu was just overheated by the encounter and was boiling in embarrassment, so she ran away from the situation, as the crowd made it even worse since they were surprised and discussing the fact that Xu Rongfei actually hugged Chen Fan, the one they called an ordinary transfer student, and another said that he must not be ordinary since he defeated the guy C with a single punch. But another told the person to keep it down, since the guy named Sai was already raging, and looking at his face, it was as if one was about to blow up. The next day, while heading to his class, it seemed to be calm until he opened the door to enter, and as soon as he did, the classmates looked at him with amazement, as they already thought that he was just a bumpkin. But it turns out that he is not only good at fighting, but also has the charm to attract the campus beauty. Jiang then jumped happily at our boy, saying that he was not, expecting what happened last time to happen before him. However, our boy just tried to explain everything by asking if his friend would believe him if he said there was nothing between Xu and him. But his friend, of course, did not want to believe it, saying that he badly embarrassed the guy named C last night, calling it brilliant as his face turned bright red and froze to the spot as no one could get him to move for 10 minutes. However, in our MC's mind, he was thinking how everyone misunderstood the situation. Then looking out the window, he continued to tell himself that how could he possibly fancy Xu Rongfei as she is waiting for him after all, and it seems we won't get to know who exactly she is. Well, it looks our beautiful waifu Xu Rongfei won't feel our boy's love after all. Such a shame. Getting back to the story, there were 3 guys discussing the fact that they think Xu Rongfei is having a relationship with the transfer student, as she even hugged him in front of the public, and turning to one guy who seemed to be getting some screen time, was busy thinking that Xu Rongfei is not even attracted to Chu Minghui or the guy named C. So how could she possibly fancy an ordinary transfer student? But then a blonde guy interrupted his thoughts, calling him president, and the so-called president, then dismissed the 2 guys, and while leaving outside, he continued with his thoughts, asking himself if he should tell Cho Minghui, as he is the national defense student who is still receiving special training in the army, and after all, he is not only the son of the commander of the military region, but also the #1 admirer of Xu Rongfei, and with that he started laughing with anticipating. We then get a time skip to half a month later at night as our boy Chen was in a lotus position, cultivating his energy which had blue aura that was surrounding him as he was thinking how his cultivation, which has been in a bottleneck since the first day of school, is finally starting to move today, and it seems that he will enter the middle stage of the foundation, also saying that his energy became denser, transforming from blade-like to a fiery form. Usually, one cannot absorb the essence of the sun and moon during the foundation establishment stage, but the void body refining arts is too powerful. If one has enough cultivation, they can even refine the void and absorb it as energy while also taking out some pills. He thanked his luck for saving a couple of small spirit. Enhancing pills, he then ate them, and at the next second his energy core was filling with more power and energy, which excited him for the feeling he was experiencing, as more energy was rushing more and more violently, ripping his clothes in the process as he broke through the middle stage of the foundation establishment, and looking all jacked, he stood up, showing off his abs, as he was now thinking that he had to get some money to refine pills, and just as if fate itself willed it. He was interrupted by a phone call, and as he answered it, he found out that it was Brother Hao, who was glad to hear from our boy as he would like to invite him for lunch tomorrow, which was perfect for our MC, who was exactly looking for ways to making money, which he naturally agreed to. The following day, he met Brother Hao, who was with Biao, his loyal bodyguard, whom greeted the Mac at his arrival, and as he sat down, Chen Fan asked who roughed up Biao as one of his arms seemed to be broken, but he jokingly said he knew who did it, saying it was an internal injury that his kick caused, and Biao just awkwardly smiled, and Chen Fan did not allow any response as he asked Brother Hao if he actually want to ask for his help for anything, which Brother Hao agreed to, saying that he has a minor trouble, and continued, "We are family, so I will be frank with you. There was a rival of mine years ago who fled overseas. Now he has come back and destroyed my place and also tried to kill me." "A gang fight?" "I'm not the police," said Chen. "It was not a fight for power. That man has learned kung fu from God knows where. He wants my life and he is very determined to kill me. So it is no use calling the police." "How are his skills compared to mine?" asked Chen. "Amazing," said Brother Hao. "I have never seen such a master. He might even be better than you." "Oh," said our boy, and in his head, he was thinking if the guy is an inner strength fighter, and Brother Hao nervously replied that the guy asked to meet him on the Lake Heart Island. "If you can help me out, I will give you a large reward." 100,000? asked Chen Fan. "No, 1,000,000. The extra is my apology." In Chen Fan's mind, however, he knew that Brother Hao was not being sincere enough, as he did not want to pay him beforehand, so he would still like to see this particular inner strength fighter. But out loud, he just replied that everything was good. In the next second, Brother Hao stood up in hurry, as if someone was visiting. He then exclaimed that Master Guo has finally arrived as he quickly rushed to meet him, which led Chen Fan thinking that, as expected, Brother Hao did not only invite him alone for help, as some men in black robes with red belts appeared, and among them was a leader whom Brother Hao naturally introduced our boy to, and his name was Master Guo of the Weisheng Kung Fu School, and he is the #1 martial artist in Chuzhou. "You are hiring a teenage boy," exclaimed the arrogant Master Guo. "Won't he be killed?" Brother Hao, however, tried to convince the master that Chen Fan is also a very capable fighter, while he was also sweating heavily due to the questioning. "This enemy is very powerful. He can't be dealt with by an ordinary kid," shouted the so-called master. "Oh, why?" Then the so-called master just responded to him by first sitting down calmly and drinking his tea. He continued to answer the question. "I wonder if you have heard about inner strength fighters?" "Inner strength fighters?" asked Biao, who seemed to know what the so-called master was talking about, as his voice was trembling a bit. The so-called master then interjected, "If he did not have inner strength, how could he have broken your arm with a single punch? His strength has exceeded the limits of human bodies." The bodyguard Biao then remembered something by telling a story that when he was learning the fist position, he heard that there was rarely one inner strength fighter out of 10,000 students. Someone like that can kill you before you are even able to shoot a gun. "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" exclaimed Brother Hao. But the so-called master, wanting to demonstrate something, he told them to look carefully, as he then placed his hand on the table and then released some of his internal energy, which left a heavily rooted handprint on the table, which led Brother Hao to ask if he was using inner strength. Also, the bodyguard Biao was wondering what would have happened if he was to use that on a human body instead, as it would have caused an incredible amount of damage. However, our boy, as always being the supreme being he was naturally not impressed by the performance, as it was boring for him as the punch he gave to the old willow after establishing his foundation. That day was much better than what was shown. "I dare that guy to mess with me while I have Master Guo at my side," said Brother Hao happily, as he had to do some bootlicking service. He then continued to say that Lin Bao, who was the enemy of the
bootlicking Brother Hao.
Last time we were at the part where Brother Hao was busy with his bootlicking service, as he was telling us about his enemy Lin Bao, who fought with him for turf years ago but then lost and ran away. But he did not expect that he would return with kung fu skills. And while giving the so-called master an envelope, he said to the master that what he was giving him is the advance payment, and there will be more after the task is completed. Then Hao will introduce him to the third Master Wei. Ha ha ha. "That is so kind of you," replied Master Guo, as Chen Fan meanwhile was thinking to himself that getting acquainted with the Wei family is what matters most to Brother Hao. After all that, they then headed to the meeting spot, as the ever-so-arrogant Master Guo told Chen Fan that no matter how good he is at fighting, he cannot resist the punch of an inner strength master, after hearing that Brother Hao was also now a bit worried, as he was looking for confirmation to our MC. However, our boy just replied that he had the responsibility to protect Brother Hao now, and the matter ended there. "The inner strength, power, and other things are just an exaggeration," said our boy Chen. "Boy, you are very ignorant and arrogant. If you come with us, prepare to die," stated by the so-called master. After some time, one of Brother Hao's subordinates came with some news, while our boy was thinking that at least Brother Hao was not a fool for hiring multiple fighters. At the other hand, Brother Hao was trying to satisfy the so-called Master Guo by telling him to first rest as to build up strength and energy. However, the so-called master informed everyone that the enemy was coming, and with the infiltration of the enemy bodies were scattered all around him, leaving them in a puddle of blood in his path, causing a big commotion and not believing it. Brother Hao stated that there were a dozen of his bodyguards outside, so there was no need to worry. However, before he could finish what he was saying, the leftover men came running inside, screaming in fear for the powerful enemy outside, and witnessing the spectacle, Brother Hao worried a little bit, saying that he really underestimated Lin Bao. We are then shown the enemy Lin Bao, who was a red-haired guy with some cool-looking clothing. He then uttered, "Why, Brother Hao, aren't you happy to see an old friend?" He then entered the building with the confidence of a king, and how he remembered the scar and bullet wound he gave him that year, as they are still there. "I dare not forget that moment," he said, while touching his scar, and then continued, "I desperately practiced martial arts this year, just for this moment today." Feeling scared, the guy Brother Hao tried to play it cool and gathered courage to tell the guy Lin Bao that he should not think that he can do anything he wants just because he has cultivated inner strength. And hearing that the guy Lin Bao was a little surprised, "Oh, you know about inner strength. Then why don't you give up struggling?" asked Lin Bao. However, the ever-so-arrogant Master Guo intervened in the matter and introduced himself. "I am the owner of Wei Sheng Kung Fu School, Guo Wei of Xingquan. May I know who your master is?" But his words were not really appreciated by the guy Lin Bao. "Cut the crap. My master lives abroad. Come and your death will be swift." "Humph, you have gone too far. replied the so-called Master Guo as he positioned himself in a fighting pose to begin his attack, and so he did. However, his attack was swiftly dodged by Lin Bao and the other strikes that was sent in his way, creating after images due to the speed of their movements, unable to be perceived from the naked eye, causing Brother Hao to exclaim in surprise at the power of inner strength fighting, and to himself he was also thinking that Master Guo had better win, as he is afraid he won't get to see tomorrow. The battle between the two then halted, and the so-called master found himself backtracking due to being overwhelmed. With visible damage caused by Lin Bao, and the so-called master, while blood was trickling down his lips and sweating heavily, finally spoke up, "I didn't expect Lin Bao would have entered the final stage of inner strength. I truly underestimated you." However, the guy Lin Bao became even more arrogant and said, "How could a frog at the bottom of the well know the vastness of the world?" and began his story. "I was very lucky to become a disciple of a master of martial arts. I served as a mercenary overseas, risking my life for years, and that is why I entered the final stage of inner strength so fast." "Disciple of a master?" asked the so-called master in a worried manner. "No wonder I lost, since it is a good reason." And hearing that Brother Hao really began panicking this time, as he was feeling the pressure, and since his job was not done yet, Brother Hao began his work and did what he did best, which was bootlicking as pleaded for his life at his enemy. "Brother Lin, now that you are back with wonderful kung fu skills, it is a great time for you to show your capabilities. Let's divide Chuzhou equally, shall we?" he asked nervously, and the guy Lin Bao, coming ever so closer, began to laugh. "Ha ha ha. You think I still want your shabby property?" However, the bodyguard Biao tried to protect his master as jumped in between them, yelled at the guy Lin Bao to stay back. However, to the enemy's eyes, Biao just seemed like an ant, as he just swatted him aside, sent him flying across the room, and as if wanting to scare Brother Hao even more, he placed his hand on his shoulder, which did its job, then told Brother Hao that he has more territory abroad than he does here, then began to tease Brother Hao once more, saying that he is just an ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. Being fully scared now, Brother Hao said that if the guy killed him now, then the third master would not spare him. "The Wei family?" asked Lin Bao. "Do you think they will go overseas to catch me? If so, you would have already been a king." And hearing that, Brother Hao immediately squirmed and yelled that he surrenders, asking Lin Bao to spare his life, and while he was busy begging for his life, clinging hard on Lin Bao's leg, the so-called Master Guo, on the other hand, was busy thinking that making one wrong step could mean the end of the whole game. Lin Bao was really now amused at the fact that Brother Hao was now begging for his life at his feet, then began to laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha!" And out nowhere a voice was heard. "Zhou Tianhao, I will save you if you give me 10,000. And Lin Bao, wanting to know who exactly said that, yelled out to the speaker, and the speaker turned out to be our boy Chen Fan, who then continued, "If you can promise me that, then I will get that Scarface here, out of your way," ending his speech while looking domineering and calm. "Who are you? What big talk?" said Scarface, and our boy Chen Fan just confidently told him that he is just at the final stage of inner strength, and so maybe his master is the one that deserves a fight with him. But hearing that made the Scarface Lin Bao more enraged, saying that Chen Fan is insulting his master, asking if he was courting death, and as veins kept popping in his head, he continued to say that he will rip off his head and feed it to a fish in the lake. The defeated guys in the background also thought that Chen Fan was arrogant and out of his head, especially the so-called Master Guo. However, our boy, being the powerhouse he is, began to demonstrate his power, as then started accumulating his energy and inner strength, which was majestic and gold in color. Wrapping it around his hand and fingers, he began shaping it into his desired form, and with the phrase, "I have a sword to slay the world," the sword Qi truly manifested as he, The just drew a line on the floor, with it leaving a scorched line dividing him and his opponent. Seeing everything that was unfolding in his eyes, he truly now became shocked, calling the act that was performed by our boy Chen inner strength releasing. He then began to wonder if Chen Fan was a master of martial arts, saying that there should not be a master like that here, and realizing his dilemma, he immediately knew what he was in store for him. So he did not want to linger anymore and run. He turned the opposite way, run for his life, as he knew he was in danger. His former arrogant face turned into absolute horror and fear, saying to himself that there is a sublimity master at his very peak of martial arts, as he could kill 10 people of his level at once. He then turned his head at our boy Chen Fan once more, saying that he was so young and powerful, so he needs to inform his master how this matter. However, our boy wasn't just going to watch him escape like that, as he told him that it was too late to flee now, as he then began conjuring even more energy, causing Lin Bao to curse as he knew our boy was about to do something terrible to him. It turned out boy was preparing for an attack as inhaled the golden energy surrounding him, exhaled it towards the guy Lin Bao with tremendous force, as he spew out multiple golden energy in a form of piercing-like object, as they then combined into one and pierced through the guy Lin Bao, immediately knocking him out as his eyes rolled to the back of his skull and a face showing utter defeat. Meanwhile, the so-called Master Guo was also shocked. The guy he looked down upon was now showing formidable strength, as he can even realize his inner strength, even capable of killing one with but an exhaled breath, saying that our boy Chen really is a master. Finally realizing that he was nothing in front of our boy Chen Fan, and continued to say that this teenage boy who looks only 16 or 17 years old and still in high school should be a sublimity master at the peak of martial arts. Meanwhile, the ever-so-timid brother Hao finally realized that the battle was over and still in shock was shocked that our boy Chen Fan actually won. Then began laughing out of relief, then somehow became arrogant once more as his enemy was lying on the floor. "Ha! I could drive you away before and I can still kick your ass today," said brother Hao, as he was basking in the glory he did not create. And from his back, Chen Fan appeared, spooking the now arrogant Hao, as he told brother Hao that Lin Bao just passed out, also informing him to be careful not to kick him awake, and hearing that he hesitated a bit, but the triad to play it cool, and now calling our boy Master Chen, said how he was rejoicing that he did not kill Lin Bao, and our boy Chen agreed, saying that Lin Bao is an inner strength at the final stage after all. So how could a mere breath alone kill him? As it can only knock him out at most. Chen Fan then kneeled down to his body and did something on the body of Lin Bao, as he then informed everyone that he has now broken Lin Bao's Qihai, saying he will now leave the guy, Lin Bao, to brother Hao now, which delighted brother Hao, praising Chen Fan for having miraculous skills. The arrogant so-called Master Guo was now not so arrogant anymore, as he was also praising Chen Fan, calling him a great master, then continued saying that breaking the guy Lin Bao's Qihai can prevent him from using his inner strength. Our boy Chen Fan then explained that he used an exclusive technique to block some of his acupoints to disperse his inner strength, so that the inner strength cannot be gathered. "The acupoint pointing skill?" asked the so-called Master Guo, a real master indeed. Chen Fan then outstretched his hand and asked for the 10 million that was promised to him, since the job was now done. Brother Hao then smiled with joy, saying that it was no problem at all, and in fact he will even double it to 20 million, so immediately when he gets back, he shall send it, while also rejoicing in his heart that it's worth any amount of money. The defeated Lin Bao then started talking. "I admit you defeated me today, but if you kill me, my master will definitely avenge me." However, his threats were nothing to our MC, as he was delighted by that fact, saying that he hasn't seen a real master and so he hopes that master won't disappoint him. And as he said that, with so much confidence, even the people around him were impressed, especially Biao, the bold bodyguard. The scene then changes to that same night as per-boy Chen Fan was heading home and at the same time was clutching his chest in pain, as he explained that the technique cost him a third of his true essence, and it was just to frighten Zhou Tianhao. Then came the next day in the morning as the MC was busy meditating, since he really needed to improve his capabilities as soon as possible, and in the next second, he was interrupted by a phone call from the girl Wei Ziqing, which also surprised our boy a bit, since the girl was actually calling him, and as he began to answer the call, the girl on the other side was informing Chen Fan about the auction, and hearing that the MC was really interested, then asked if she was really talking about an auction, which was confirmed by the red-haired girl, and then explained that this auction is actually a cocktail party, and it is held to provide a platform for communicating and expanding social network, while the antiques that are to be auctioned are mostly mysterious things, and what's more, it's said that there will be a mysterious magic equipment to be auctioned, so I think you will be very interested. And hearing the word magic equipment, he was indeed interested, while the girl then agreed. Also explaining that it is said, the magic equipment has the miraculous functions of protecting the household, bringing good luck and blocking. The MC really confirmed that he is indeed interested a little bit, and after agreeing on attending the girl Wei, asked whether she should pick him up. However, in his head, Chen Fan was thinking to himself that if the girl Wei Ziqing picks him up in a luxury car, then he will become the focus of attention in the school once more. So with that in his mind, he obviously refused. But she did not really mind, as she gave him the address as he will get there himself. They both mutually agreed, and in case the girl told him that he could use her name to enter the auction. We are then taken to the school as the class monitor was still sucking up to the guy named Sai by telling him that they should go to the auction for relaxation, as for him to forget about recent matters, and the other guys around him also agreed, as one had some invitation to the cocktail party. It's a high-end party held by the Fangsheng International, the most top-level company in Chuzhou, said the girl, and the guy Ji also agreed, saying that there will be mysterious antiques to be auctioned, and the now gloomy guy, C, agreed. On the day of the auction, at the auction house, Chen Fan was a bit astonished the moment he got there, as it appeared that there were quite a few rich people in Chuzhou. As there were many luxurious cars around and coming closer to the entrance of the auction, Chen Fan just informed the doorman who stopped him for invitation that he came here and was invited by Wei Ziqing, who said to give her name when entering, and the doorman did not bother any further as he allowed for him to enter, since he was already informed about the matter, since he is the friend of the Miss Wei. As soon as he entered the cocktail party, everyone's eyes were on him, wondering who exactly the guy was, as they began to gossip, saying that our boy was improperly dressed, another saying that they did not know whose child he is, so they must not offend him for now. While wandering around Chen Fan was that the auction has not begun yet. Also, the girl Wei Ziqing is not here yet, so since he had a lot of free time, he began heading to the food stall at the table, thinking to himself that he is still immortal and so he needs to eat, so he should get something good to eat first, since he was not busy. And while in the process of choosing some food, someone from behind called his name out from behind, and hearing a familiar voice, he turned his head to be greeted by the waifu Shu Rongfei, making our boy Chen Fan wonder what was her purpose of being there, as he did not expect it. She then replied that she came there with Meng Meng, as they heard that there would be many mysterious auction items, so they came there to have a look, then asked the MC in turn who he came with, also asking if he wanted to buy something too. However, the conversation was interrupted by the ever-so-arrogant tone that was also familiar, as the voice asked, buying with what money, And the voice, of course, came from Ranran, who continued to say that he cannot even afford a lobster dinner, let alone to bid for anything. And our boy Chen Fan sarcastically said that she was indeed right, as he does not have money to bid for anything and only came there just to eat the food, as it is not bad and the desserts are very good, joking about whether they wanted to try, which amused our waifu as she was smiling from listening to him, while Ranran, on the other hand, was bitter as always. The scene of them together caused a commotion, getting people's attention as they became even more curious about our boy's identity since he had high-end girls surrounding him. "Who on earth is that guy?" They said, "So close. Isn't he Shu Rongfei's boyfriend? No idea. He is not from our circle. He is a student from Ivy International High School and comes from Sichuan County. He is reputedly very good at Kung Fu. Really, how come? A guy from out of our circle dares to pick up beautiful girls here?" Meanwhile, outside the auction house, a guy named Chu arrived, and in his arrival, the only thing he was asking about was Shu Rongfei, as he asked whether Shu Rongfei will really be attending the auction party, and he was reassured by the butler. Inside, the guy Chu's friends were busy discussing about how if Chu was present at that moment, then he would be definitely teaching our boy a lesson, since he is busy talking with Shu Rongfei. And the other agreed, as the guy Chu once led a group of people to beat on of Shu's admirers so badly that he couldn't walk for 3 months. Their desires came true. I guess as in the next moment, the guy called Chu entered the cocktail party with full confidence and hands in his pockets, imposing a powerful air about him, and one of his blonde friends rejoiced as he thought things were about to get interesting. While our boy Chen Fan was busy making Shu Rongfei laugh and giggle, surely he could have made it clap and jiggle. But it was not to be, as the so-called Guy Chu came along and inserted himself in between them, asking for Shu Rongfei, telling her that he needed to tell her something. And his demeanor worried the girl as she then asked on whether they couldn't just speak where they were. However, the guy Chu was still filled with arrogance as he told my boy and Ranran around Shu to leave them at once as he wanted to have a word, making the bitter girl Ranran nervous. However, our boy Chen was no pushover in the slightest, as he asked him why they should actually listen to him, which caught the guy Chu's attention, turning his head towards him, asking who exactly is speaking, as he just saw our boy folding his arms, showing confidence, as he told him that he is what he think he is. And so what? Hearing everything, the guy Chu had wide grin on his face, then began to say that he had heard of him, that he is good at Kung Fu since he even beat the guy named Sai, and continued to say that he should know that the guy named C's Taekwondo is just a kind of showy dancing performance and nothing more, which our boy Chen Fan agreed to, as he was also saying the same thing while sparring with him, but thinking that Chen was now afraid, the guy Chu turned away from our boy, looking at Shu Rongfei once more, and forcefully told her to come with him as he really wanted to.
"Say something to her."
Last time we ended at the part where the guy Chu was forcing himself onto Shu Rongfei by trying to forcefully grab her hand, making the girl pull away from him as she then retreated behind our boy Chen Fan's back, also asking the guy Chu on what exactly he thought he was trying to do, and our boy Chen also didn't stand on ceremony, defending her by telling the guy Chu that he was not welcome there, so he should leave at once, which left the guy Chu feeling enraged as no one dares to speak to him like that, and twitching with anger, his thoughts were to only teach the insolent guy a lesson, so he shouted loudly, telling our boy Chen to get lost as he attacked him with a palm attack, thinking he would crash Chen Fan. However, as if nothing happened, our boy just stood there and replied for him to get lost instead, and seeing no effects, the guy Chu tried to threaten him with his image. "Boy, you really want to stand against me?" he said. And our boy just replied that, "So what if he does?" The guy Chu did not shut up, though, as began telling him, "Do you know who I am? I've been trained in the Army since I was 12 and was recommended for admission to the military school at the age of 16. I've probably touched more guns than you would ever see. I have fought the most elite special soldiers one-on-one. So what? Said our boy. You dare to touch me? Meanwhile, on the other hand, the guy named G was running towards his boss, the guy named C and the class monitor, as he saw someone that he wanted to inform him about, telling him to guess who he saw, making the guy C wonder also, getting impatient. However, not wanting to delay any longer, the guy named Sa guessed who it was, as he was telling the guy, G, to not tell him that he actually saw Chen Fan or something. But he was right, as the guy, G, confirmed that exactly, saying that Chen Fan and the guy Chu are actually about to fight at that moment while Xu Rongfei and others are there too, which surprised the class monitor, telling them that Chen Fan probably snuck into the party, and now that the guy Chu was there, then he will surely humiliate our boy Chen Fan. Looking forward to the spectacle, they all headed to the way to the commotion, wanting to have a look, and so they went, while the guy Joe was also wondering in his head whether he will finally rid of the grudge by seeing Chen Fan getting embarrassed by others. The commotion that was being caused by the duo actually drew in a large crowd, as everyone was wondering what was going on, and began speculating, isn't that Chu Minghui? Why is he here? This boy is actually going to confront Chu Minghui head-on. Looking at Chu's face, it seems as if he wants to kill Chen Fan. Ran then spoke up, Chu Minghui, this is the cocktail party held by Fangsheng International, not somewhere you can play around. Wherever Xu Rongfei goes is none of your business. However, the arrogant girl Ran was ignored by the guy Chu and spoke with Chen Fan, telling him that he is the first person who has had the nerve to challenge him like this, and so he will let him know the gap between them. Really? That's good then, replied our boy as they seemed to want to battle one another. However, voice shouted out to halt, stopping them both from any further actions, asking what was happening, and it turned out to be the manager of the party, who was still asking at who dares to mess up the cocktail party of the Fangsheng International. The crowd also did not keep quiet, as they were now talking about how the manager Zhu was coming, thinking that someone will be in trouble now. Fangsheng International has an enormous influence in Chuzhou, wondering what they would do about the matter, as they wanted both Chen Fan and Chu Minghui to get kicked out. I am annoyed at the sight of them, they gossiped. Seeing the manger, the guy Chu gained confidence once more and greeted, Good evening, Manager Zhu, I'm Chu Minghui. He pointed at our boy Chen Fan and informed the manager that he suspects that Chen Fan does not have an invitation and is definitely crashing the party, and so he asked the manager to please kick him out immediately, and hearing everything the manager did not even hesitate to take the orders from the guy Chu. Knowing what might happen, I dare say that he is a fool of manager. Filled with ignorance, the manager went up to our boy Chen Fan, and reaching out his hand, he asked the MC for an invitation. However, our waifu, being a simp for our boy Chen, tried to stand up for him by saying that, why should they show their invitation? Just because of what the guy Chu said, as he himself is not even showing his invitation. The manager then just replied that the guy Chu is the friend of his boss, continuing to say that he doesn't know Chen Fan, as he is the one who wrote all the invitations himself, so he would really like to know who exactly Chen Fan is. After hearing everything, the girl Xu Rongfei thought to herself, as she was also wondering the same thing too, to where exactly he got his invitation, as only the upper class in Chuzhou were sent invitations, so how did he get one? The manager then continued, seemingly angry at this point, yelling at Hai to show his invitation if he really has one, and if not, he will call for security. However, our boy, feeling no pressure, just nonchalantly replied that he doesn't pose as one, which naturally made the guy Chu happy, as he was grinning with delight, feeling victory was within his grasp, as he shouted that he was indeed right. And the manager also joined in the shouting competition, asking our boy on how he gained access into the cocktail party if he did not have an invitation. Hearing everything that was going on, even his so-called enemies rejoiced at our boy being humiliated, and the class monitor was looking forward to how poor boy Chen Fan was going to deal with the situation. As she really found everything funny, the guy G was also busy saying that if he is not from their circle, then he must not even think to come at such parties. Otherwise, he will make a fool of himself. While the guy C, on the other hand, was also thinking in rage that his love rival who beat him up at Taekwondo is now really a little thief, sneaking into parties, thinking how disappointing it was. The bitter girl Ran at this moment was feeling angry towards our boy as always, except for our waifu Shu Rongfei, who was worried at this point. Chen Fan then spoke up, saying that he doesn't have an invitation. However, he was indeed invited and continued that if he does not believe him, then the manager can go to the usher and check it out. "Invited?" asked the manager. "Only our boss and his son have the right to invite someone to this party," which made the guy Chen Fan wondering in his head that Wei Ziking is definitely not the boss of Fangsheng International, thinking he was in a pinch now. "Manager Zhu, please," pleaded Shu Rongfei. However, the now bold Mander ignored her plead and called for security, which made the guy Chu grin even more, telling our boy Chen Fan that they were not at the same level since he get him kicked out of the party with only a single word, asking how boy Chen on what he was going to do about it. Thinking our boy was really defeated now, even the crowd joined in, humiliating our boy Chen as everyone was yelling at him to get out at once. "Get out! Get out here! Get out!" they chanted. Witnessing everything that was occurring, you could see that Chen Fan was really not enjoying what was going on, as his face was shrouded in darkness. His enemies were also delighted by the sight, rejoicing in their momentary victory. Before anything could happen any further, a voice out nowhere pierced through the whole room, with a question of who exactly they are daring to kick out the party, as everyone shattered at the commanding tone, and it turned out to be none other than Wei Ziking, who was indeed looking rather splendid, and her appearance at the cocktail party shocked everyone, as most were admiring her, calling her the princess of the Wei family. Even the bold manager who was opening his mouth earlier was now shocked, making him panic as he began asking on why the girl Wei was there. However, hearing his questioning tone, Wei Ziking got annoyed at his boldness, asking him if she was not the lady of their company, as she then continued to inform everyone that Master Chen is her guest, and they actually dared to try and drive him away, even daring to call the security on him, asking exactly what they thought they were doing. After listening to everything the girl Wei said, the manger indeed knew that he was in deep trouble, as he tried to make excuses for himself, saying to the lady that he did not know that our boy Chen Fan was invited by her. But she did not immediately reply to the manager, as she first tried to ease our boy's anger, asking for forgiveness for the late arrival, as she did not expect that they would be so ignorant. However, our boy Chen was laid back as ever and confirmed that it was all right, as he just thought of them as a bunch of ridiculous clowns making noise. And inside her thoughts, she was thinking that even her grandpa tries hard to please Chen Fan, and yet now he was humiliated by a small manager in person. So if Chen Fan was to walk away in rage, then it would definitely be the loss of their Wei family to offend a master of martial arts for no reason. Our Chen Fan then spoke up directly to the girl Wei. He seemed to have a problem with me, wanting to get rid of me. The manager, though hearing that, tried to make excuses one more time. However, before he could even finish, he got a hot slap from Wei Ziking telling him that he did not want to hear any excuses, as she will then advise his boss to fire him, which completely crushed the manger as he tried turning to his accomplice, the one who began the commotion in the first place, which was none other than the guy Chu, as he thought he was going to be helped. But The guy Chu, who was at this point nervous, was standing there fearfully, at the same time was thinking that it's amazing that the proud Wei Ziqing was now apologizing to Chen Fan. The guy Chu then later tried to say something as he lifted his hands to Wei Ziqing, calling her sister. However, he met an angry Wei Ziqing who shouted at him, asking him what he wanted to say at this point, as she really knows his personality. However, the guy Chu at this point was boiling with rage as raised his voice, blaming Chen as he said that it was him who stole his girlfriend first, but yelled at him to shut his mouth, saying that the army has made him even more belligerent, since a gentle person like Chen Fan was upset thanks to him, and continued to say that she will be informing to Uncle about this issue in person, which was the guy Chu's father, leaving him feeling even more defeated at this point. After she finished with the matter, she informed our boy Chen Fan that she will show him around the exhibition first, as he agreed by also saying his goodbyes to the beautiful Shu Rongfei. After they had departed, the guy Chu was left behind embarrassed, did not know how to control his rage, and decided to take out on some poor glasses, smashing it on their floor, and stormed out in anger, wondering how Chen Fan got no Wei Ziqing. The people in the background did not also let this moment go as they were talking about how Wei Ziqing's attitude towards Chen Fan is unusual, thinking that maybe he really has some backers or patron. Our waifu Shu Rongfei, on the other hand, was still in a daze, daydreaming about our boy Chen, which was interrupted by the forever bitter Ran by placing his hand on her and told her that he was gone, so she shouldn't just stand there stupidly, as she was also occupied in her head thinking about whether it's really where Chen Fan gets his confidence from, as he was helped by the Wei family, especially the princess of the Wei family of Zhangbei. While Shu Rongfei was also wondering at how many secrets Chen Fan still have in him. The scene then shifts to the duo Chen Fan and Wei Ziqing, as the girl was still trying to apologize to Chen Fan for what happened on behalf of the Fangsheng International, since it's her uncle's company. However, Chen Fan wasn't the slightest affected by everything, and he should be thanking the girl for helping him instead, leaving the Wei Ziqing wondering why a master of martial arts is so tolerant of such things. However, she knew that it could not be that easy, as she felt uneasy about something which prompted her to persuade Chen Fan even more for Chu Minghui, since he was the one who offended him. However, Chen Fan was not willing to just let go that easily, which caused the girl get even more nervous as she knew nothing good was going to come from not resolving the issue, as she turned towards Chen Fan and raised her voice with excitement, pleading even more, asking for forgiveness in his behalf. And Chen Fan reluctantly agreed, however, also said that if the guy Chu does something like that again, then he won't even think twice about sparing his life. And having no choice, the girl just stood there with relief and agreed to the compromise made, and thought to herself that she would have to discipline the guy Chu after everything. We are then shown the person who was going to be their guide through the exhibition hall, who was introduced by the girl as Uncle Lin. The Uncle Lin thanked her, calling her his lady, and began guiding them through the many items stored at the exhibition, as he began explaining that all the antiques exhibited were collected by the third master, Wei, with great care, and they are from all over the world, as we shown a beautiful blue gem, explaining to us that it is the heart of blue sky diamond from South Africa, which they say can bring amazing good luck to the wearer. And the other item was an ancient compass belonging to a feng shui master of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and the jade was found in the tomb of a noble from the Han dynasty, adding that those were all proud collections of the third master Wei. And the girl, also feeling proud, exclaimed, "That's right," and turned back towards our boy Chen Fan, asking him what he thought about the items before him. However, our boy was not even the slightest of being impressed, as he just called them all ordinary antiques, and hearing that the guy Uncle Lin frowned and looked at our boy with squinted eyes, feeling disrespected. "Ordinary antiques?" he thought to himself. "I shall show you some real treasures then." He then announced to the lady Wei Ziking and Chen that there were even greater treasures. He then guided them to the supposed great treasures, and along the way, there was a glowing orb that caught the attention of the girl, Wei Ziking, as she asked the uncle if it is a magic equipment that will be auctioned, to which the uncle agreed to, as he then began his inner monologue, saying, looking at the glowing orb, "Feels like getting inside a whirlpool, and for an ordinary person to look at the item for the first time, they won't be able to wake up from the trance instantly, just like Wei Ziqing did, and with that, he is afraid that Chen Fan is probably lost. However, his mistake was to take our MC for a normal person, because before he could even finish his inner victory, he realized that our boy Chen was not even affected by it, as he was perfectly all right and not even fazed. We are then shown the treasure in its glory, which was shining and dazzling, as the uncle began informing us about it. This treasure bead was worn by a Tibetan living Buddha, and he never took it off. It has the function of adjusting the magnetic field of the human body, condensing feng shui, bringing blessings and exorcising evil spirits. He then continued saying that the boss went to Tibet for it himself, and hearing its description, the girl Wei Ziking even became more excited, thinking that it was extraordinary, making the Uncle Lin to also get filled with pride, and turned to our boy asking him that he seemed to be looking down on Master Wei's collection, which made our boy Chen just nonchalantly respond that the items do seem imposing, but it's not a real magic treasure equipment, which naturally triggered the old guy Uncle Lin about what Chen Fan had said, making him shout, "You insolent boy!" Then show me a real magic equipment. However, our boy Chen explained it to them instead. Magic equipment? A real magic equipment is something that can summon wind, rain, and so on, and the item they are displaying can do nothing but attract people's minds. And not believing what our boy said about magic equipment summoning natural elements, the old guy Uncle Lin told our boy Chen that what he said is nothing but a myth. As for sure, what he said can't be true, making the girl Wei Ziking also eternally agree to the statement the old guy Uncle Lin was saying, as she thought the glowing orb was indeed miraculous to her. However, our boy, being the Chad he is, did not try to explain any further, as he will demonstrate to them something. So he went closer to the glowing orb and made a hand gesture, which then began to suck out the light it was emitting, asking them what the thought about the item now. And seeing what happened, they were both shocked, as there was no light anymore, and girl also, wondering how the weird, attracting force has disappeared, making the old guy Uncle Lin wonder the same. And they did not have to wonder any longer, as Chen Fan explained to them that the item was just collecting spirit energy from its wearers, and now, however, he has just erased the lingering energy. With the explanation, it then dawned on the old guy Uncle Lin that our boy Chen Fan really has some skills and definitely cannot be underestimated. Meanwhile, after he had explained everything, he started looking around for something he could collect himself, and seeing nothing so far, he really thought that he would be going home empty-handed this time around. And immediately after saying that, something seemed to have caught his eye, and witnessing everything, the girl Wei Ziking seemed to be interested in what Chen Fan was looking for exactly, and ahead of them was a small jade rock that was lying under a white cloth. And as they went closer to it after looking at it a bit, the girl Wei Ziqing thought that it was nothing special. And the bead, which was the glowing orb, seemed to be much better to her, but of course our boy Chen Fan did not just pick it for no reason, as he had a wide smile on his face, informing them that he really wanted that jade, so they should name their price. And the girl Wei Ziqing, in thinking that it was really nothing, she told Chen Fan to just take it if he really liked it that much. And our boy did not hesitate in accepting the free gift out their kindness, and so he really owes them a favor. Meanwhile, the girl Wei Ziqing was busy thinking how Chen Fan was even expressionless when her grandpa gave him the villa, while the piece of plain-looking jade won over his favor, which surprised her, So wanting to know more, she began to ask him if there was anything special about the ancient jade. And our boy Chen Fan just replied that after polishing and forging the jade, then it will be a real treasure of magic power, making the both of them shocked about the fact of hearing the word equipment forging, and seemingly happy now. Our boy Chen Fan wanted to depart since there was nothing more interesting to see there anymore, and so he did. Along the way, he met up with Shu Rongfei and Ranran once more, who asked him if he was back, and he agreed, also caressing Shu Rongfei's hair, thanking her for defending him again, which left her blushing. He then departed the cocktail auction party. After returning to his house, he immediately pulled out his jade rock, thinking how he did not think there would be a jade chalcedony on Earth where spirit energy is running out, thinking it was really fantastic. As he then began forging the jade stone, also thinking how it is the first precious material he has found, and so he must use it well as such good luck may not come the next time. The jade then began to emit a bright, foggy light, spreading into multiple beams. However, he didn't do anything to the jade yet, and meanwhile he was speculating that he could sell it at an astronomical price, but he won't, as he could also forge a jade amulets for his parents, sister Anne, and Chong. And if he can successfully forge an equipment, then it will be as good as having an extra life, which cannot be measured, as then began feeling nostalgic he was asking for a girl named Chong to wait for him, who we don't know yet, and it was probably the girl he loves. After the nostalgic feelings, he prepared for his task by first sitting on a lotus position, thinking that generally anyone who has not reached the stage of profound opening, he is not able to forge an equipment at the moment. However, Chen Fan is not just anyone. Even though his power is indeed weak now, he can only slowly forge it and engrave secret spells and manage arrays. After some days had passed, we were then taken back to school as our boy's friend Jiang was heading to class. The guy Ji also seemed to pass by him, making Jiang curse to himself as he thought the guy Ji was going to cause him trouble as always. However, nothing happened as the guy Ji just went past him, which surprised Jiang as the guy always bothered him, but this time it seemed that he was avoiding him. But he did not dwell on the matter too much as walked inside the classroom. Jiang saw a sight he thought he would never, seeing the guy named C early in class, studying. As he then began to ask himself why exactly things seemed weird today, not knowing that it was our boy Chen Fan who gained some major credit in the eyes of everyone who belittled him. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure of his crush, the class monitor, walking towards him, which naturally made him very wary as the girl also always ordered him around, so he naturally thought she was going to make him carry drinks again. And since he was at a nightclub last night, he really needed to catch up on some sleep. However, he was sorely mistaken, because as soon as she arrived at his desk, the guy Jiang greeted her out of habit first. But he monitor, as always, was not really interested in him, as she asked him where his friend Chen Fan was, as he seemed to absent once more. Also Jiang. Realizing that fact, then also turned to the class monitor, asking her rebelliously if she wanted to mess with him. However, the class monitor denied that fact, saying that she was just worried about him, also asking Jiang if he thought something was wrong with our boy Chen Fan. Shocked to the bones, Jiang exclaimed out loud that unbelievably the girl was worried about him, and the guy's head, he was screaming hard, wondering what exactly happened. The scene was then taken back to our MC, who was still in the lotus position as he now seemed to have completed the forging, and what was needed next was to wear it to cultivate its spirit energy, while the jade also seemed to be beaming with bright energy, then began to explain that he has just engraved 3 basic spells: Spirit Condensing Formation, Diamond Spell, and Devil Exorcising Divine Thunder. I can make do with it and use it to protect myself. With the Spirit Condensing Foundation, my cultivation is at least 30% faster, so now I need somewhere to test its actual effect. However, while still in his thoughts, someone rang the doorbell, as it seemed that someone was there to visit him. Wanting to see who it was, he immediately opened their door and was surprised as 3 visitors were before him. His 2 schoolmates, Jiang and his class monitor, and the butler Uncle Lin, who we saw previously. The Uncle Lin then apologized for stopping by uninvited. However, he continued to say that his boss heard about him and looks forward to meeting him, which made our wanting to confirm if his boss he was talking about was the 3rd Master Wei, and hearing about the Wei family, the 2 at the background, Jiang and the class monitor, were definitely surprised, thinking our boy was cool since important people wants to meet him, and it's the 3rd Master Wei at that. The butler Lin then looked at the duo, informing them that he had something to discuss with Mr. Chen, then politely asked them for some privacy, leading our boy Chen Fan to also reassure them that he will soon be back to school and attend class so they don't have to worry that much, not forgetting to thank them for checking up on him. Without anything else to say, his friend Jiang said that it was all right and they will see him at class next time, and so they departed after the meeting. However, the class monitor seemed rather reluctant about departing, but not minding her too much. Jiang just pulled her away, and the butler Lin then decided to continue informing our boy that his boss became interested in real magic equipment recently, but is not sure how to go about it, so he wants to ask him to have a look at some for him. After hearing that, at first our boy Chen was silent, not knowing how to respond, but then decided to go either way. With that in mind, they stepped inside the car and headed for the meeting area. While in the car, the butler Lin continued to speak, telling our boy that the particular equipment was brought there by a buyer from Zhongzhou, which has made the 3rd Master Wei distracted, and that was why he held an auction for money, Chen Fan asked. The butler Lin then responded that the rich highly admire treasures that adjust feng shui, that bring good luck, and those that block bad energy. Not only Chuzhou, but even the boss from Tianhe came there. They will possibly make a deal today, so such magic equipment easily costs tens of millions, so 3rd Master Wei wants Chen Fan to have a look at it, and if it's authentic, then he will take it. After hearing that, it immediately made our boy Chen a little curious. Later on, they then arrived at the certain location, and guided by the butler Lin, they arrived at the venue inside, and they greeted by the sight of the important people sitting in the round table, seeing them arriving. The 3rd Master Wei exclaimed at the fact that Master Chen had arrived, which made him delighted as our boy also introduced himself to everyone. However, the delight of the 3rd Master Wei was not shared by everyone, and there was a bald guy with some glasses who was the first one to voice out his dissatisfaction towards our boy by first throwing shade at the 3rd Master Wei for bringing in a teenage boy to authenticate treasures. He threw dirt at them by asking if there was no useful people in Chuzhou. However, the 3rd Master Wei was not going to tolerate his insults as he got angry and shouted his name, which was Xingzhong, telling him that he was in Chuzhou and not Tianhe, and if he continues to be presumptuous like that, then he is going to throw him out. Huh? If your 2 elder brothers were here, then I would shut my mouth right away, replied the bald guy Xing, and continued that, however, the 3rd Master Wei is not at their level yet, which naturally pissed off the 3rd Master Wei. But to not cause any further dispute, the silver-haired old man, who was just watching everything, began to speak up, wanting to calm down the both of them, telling them that they should at least act civil. He then continued with his speech. Gentlemen who's here to authenticate the equipment, have a seat now that you all have come, saying that the 2 people who were fighting earlier stopped. The butler Lin, who was sitting next to our boy Chen Fan, gave him brief information about the people he was sitting with. First, starting with the 3rd Master Wei of Feng Sheng International, who also does foreign trade. So they have been competing with each other for more than a decade and are at odds for a very long time. The next one he introduced to our boy was the bald guy with glasses who was Xingzhong from the coastal city Tianhe, who controls the Haimao group and does business overseas, and Tianhe is very close by. Then the last one to be introduced was the white-haired old man who was referred to as an ancient elder Zheng Juling, a famous millionaire from Chuzhou. People address him as Master Zheng. That certain Master Zheng then started the show they all came to witness, asking the guy who seemed to be holding a box in his hands to show them all the artifact he had, and the man gladly accepted the offer, which he later on revealed that the artifact that was on his hands was a plate that seemed to have a yin and yang symbol on it, which immediately caught our boy's attention. The third Master Wei then thought to himself that our boy Chen Fan really doesn't look like a master, thinking that he shouldn't have listened to the butler Lin. However, he still had the courtesy to ask our boy on what he thought about the matter, but just before he could even say anything, the guy Xingzhong interrupted their conversation, asking in a degrading manner on whether what else he could even think about, as the artifact is definitely authentic, not forgetting to further say that he is afraid that our boy doesn't even know what magic equipment is. As always, our boy Chen Fan was not even affected by their words, as he thought to himself that the equipment is rudimentary and can't stand any more burdens, and it also has many cracks on it, so he was afraid that it cannot hold for long. Then glancing at the three powerhouses before him, he said to himself that unfortunately none of them respected him in the slightest, so he doesn't really need to say anything to them. The Master Zheng then called forth the master he brought along to check the artifact, and the so-called Master Qi pulled out some sort of equipment from his clothes. He then started doing a weird dance out of nowhere. Seeing the dance, the Master Zheng then began to brag by explaining that the so-called Master Qi is a famous feng shui master, and any magic equipment of feng shui can't be hidden from him. Humph, Xingzhong retorted. Our great Master Wu can do much better. After he was done with all his dance moves, which wasted everybody's time, he announced that his supernatural power is not enough, so he can only sense nothing wrong with the artifact, also saying that there was nothing extraordinary about it. Feeling as if no one could do better than him, he beckoned the great master that Xingzhong invited, and with confidence, the new so-called Great Master Wu stepped forth. "Fine," he exclaimed. "Your cultivation is definitely not enough, but it's still impressive for you to sense extraordinaries." However, the so-called Master Qi was still confident, as he was thinking to himself that he cannot even figure out how to use the magic equipment. Asking if he could even, the so-called Great Master Wu then raised his two fingers, which began to glow with some blue energy that was surging through him. Those who were around got flustered by the energy, as one exclaimed how the so-called Master Wu's sleeves were moving by themselves without the wind present, asking if he was manipulating the energy around him. The so-called Great Master Wu then shot the beam of energy from his fingers onto the plate before everyone, which later on then began glowing with same energy, and the energy also shot out, creating a gust of cool air, which excited everyone, especially the third master. Wei was at this point making a very greedy face as if to claim it for himself, as he was really happy that a real magic equipment was before him. As if that was the reaction he was expecting, the so-called Great Master Wu smirked greedily. The guy Xingzhong, trying to show off even more, told everyone how they have now seen a real master at work. Chen Fan then wondered about the so-called Master Wu, that he has some supernatural powers in his body, a level higher than inner strength, though it's not of high quality or large quantity. But there are too many missing parts through his inheritance. Then he confirmed to us that the guy is still not at his level. The third master, although happy about the magic equipment, lost all his excitement from earlier, as that now he thought about it, that Xingzhong invited a master, and even if he gets the equipment, he would have to consult the so-called Great Master Wu on how to use the equipment. The owner of the set Magic Equipment 10 got up from his seat exclaiming that now that everyone has seen the extraordinary treasure, they should now make offers. However, the guy Xing Zhong was not satisfied with his momentary victory, as he still wanted to show off. He then pointed at our boy as if to challenge him, also humiliating the third master at one go, and asked him what he thought about the magic equipment. The so-called Great Master Wu then began his inner monologue, saying how everyone was overwhelmed by the might of the magic equipment, as it can surely prolong one's life and protect them from diseases. So now, obviously, Xingzhong wants to humiliate the third master Wei, as he asked the teenage boy to authenticate it, thinking it was truly ridiculous. Xingzhong then continued with his probing, "Great Master Chen, please do what you can and let's see your skills." "You sure?" Chen Fan asked back. "What? This boy really dares to authenticate?" And turning to the so-called Master Wu next to him, he still asked for confirmation on what the master thought about our boy. And as always, they really underestimated him as the so-called master, who just said that our boy was just an ordinary mortal. Not waiting for no ceremony, our boy got up and began his analysis. This plate of 8 diagrams is engraved with 8 different charms, forming a mini-spirit condensing formation. Its function is to build an area filled with spirit energy which nourishes the human body, so the person will become healthy and strong. "Eh? He has some knowledge," someone retorted. "So this is real magic equipment?" asked the third Master Wei. Our boy then answered, "Basically it, but what? It cannot bear any more burdens. It was overused and is about to break down." "What? Then it cannot be used many times, can it?" Feeling furious, the so-called Great Master Wu began to shout. "Boy, how dare you!" Also cursing at the fact that our boy was a cultivator. The elder Master Zheng then also spoke up. "Mr. Xing, Mr. Gu, what is this all about?" Caught in a lie, the guy Xingzhong was even unable to answer for himself, which caused our boy to answer all their question by asking if it wasn't obvious, as the guy Xingzhong, the so-called Master Wu, and Mr. Gu plotted together to deceive the third Master Wei. And hearing all that, the third Master Wei got up from his chair with rage, wanting an explanation from the guy Xingzhong, was busy trembling at this point, muttering, Well, he then called out to his partner in crime, the so-called Great Master Wu, for help. And the so-called Great Master Wu was also thinking to himself how his plan that was foolproof was figured out by a little boy. And then spoke up, "Boy, how dare you undo my work?" Not backing down as always, our boy Chen Fan asked him if he wanted to start a fight, also thinking to himself that he hasn't properly fought with supernatural powers since his rebirth, thinking that it should be exciting. The elder Zheng again shouted, "Woo! This is Chuzhou, not somewhere you can swagger around." And with his signal, 4 bodyguards dressed in black came forth, surrounding him in order to give in the pressure. However, the so-called Great Master Wu at this point was still very calm and continued his speech. "Boy, you ruined my plan. How can I spare you now?" He then took out a silver-plated vase. "You said the plate of 8 diagrams was not a useful magic equipment. What about this?" And opening the silver-plated vase, everyone became very wary, not knowing what to expect from it. "Boy, say hello to my treasure." It turned out that inside the silver vase was black fog that erupted, which later took on a form of ghosts. The guy, Xingzhong, also trembling in fear, wondered, "Is this ghost mastery?" "It is," he responded. Hearing that everyone around started running away in fear. Seeing that everyone was running away, the so-called Great Master Wu then wondered if our boy wasn't afraid. A teenage boy not afraid of death. Someone, on the other hand, was also thinking that the so-called Great Master Wu is a great man who can control ghosts that they are facing at that moment, and Chen Fan is not even scared, wondering if he was a fool. Afraid? Of your puny ghosts? Ha! Let's see if you'll still say that when you are dying. Controlling the ghosts, the so-called Great Aster. Wu casted the ghosts to our boy, which seemed as if it would swallow him whole. Opening his mouth, he exclaimed how his treasure is nothing but a ghost-keeping pot. He then pulled out his jade protection amulet that he had forged and said how he will show him what a real magic treasure was like, then shouted the word, thunder. And from his words, a massive amount of golden thunder chi surrounded him, then later concentrated on his right hand. Also not forgetting to explain that among all the magic arts in his amulet, the devil exercising divine thunder is the most powerful one, and it is full of rigid and yang energy. It is designed to annihilate all kinds of ghosts and evil energy. Seeing the golden energy erupting from our boy, the ghost energy that was rushing towards our boy suddenly halted in its movement, being wary of the power wielded by our boy Chen. And it was with good reason, as in the next second, our boy casted the golden thunder energy towards the ghost energy, immediately causing great harm to the poor ghost, which later dispersed into thin air. And the divine thunder energy did not just stop at the ghost, but also rushed towards its caster, which was the so-called Great Master Wu, who was now realizing that he was in great danger, and without fail the golden thunder struck him, which immediately burned his hands, turning them into charcoal, which left the so-called Great Master Wu awestruck, wondering if the thunder used your boy was the thunder arts of the Tianxi sect. Realizing his dilemma, the so-called Great Master Wu immediately knelt down on all fours, begging for his life to be spared, as he wouldn't ever dare to do it again. I will break your magic arts. Do you accept? Yes, 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 I accept it. I destroyed your magic equipment and ruined your cultivation. Do you accept? Yes, yes, I accept. Of course. I spoiled your business and reputation and made you kneel down and beg for mercy. Do you accept? I fully accept it. Fully. In that case, I'll spare your life this time. If you ever set foot in Chuzhou again, I will destroy you wholly, even your soul. After all that was done, our boy Chen Fan let him leave, and the so-called Great Master Wu ran out without looking back, clenching his butt. After that, as if nothing had happened, he turned towards the three big shots in the room, and it could be seen that the guy Xing Zhong was really popping his pants, thinking that even the so-called Master Wu knelt down and begged for forgiveness. So how dare he? An ordinary mortal stand against the immortal master who can even control thunder. With the remaining courage, he had muttered the words, "Great Master Chen, it's illegal to murder someone," and then began to flatter. Such boldness and hate for the world can only come from those with great power. Smiling, our boy Chen Fan told him that Xing Zhong was just pushing him around moments ago, so he wondered where the attitude was from earlier. However, the guy Xing Zhong was still in a state of fear as he pleaded more for his life. "Great Master Chen, spare my life, please, I beg you. I'll give you whatever you want." The elder Master Zheng, who was silent in the background, was thinking how our boy was a real big shot. Turning his attention towards the owner of the plate of 8 diagrams, Chen Fan asked him how much he was going to charge for the equipment, and the guy nervously responded that the figure was 45 million. Satisfied with the amount, Chen Fan asked the guy Xing Zhong if he would pay the 45 million for his life, which made the guy Xing Zhong feel a bit relaxed, as responded that he would do so indeed. And, asserting dominance more, our boy said how he wanted the money in front of him within 3 days, so now he can get lost. Not waiting on ceremony, the guy Xing Zhong immediately ran out there like there was no tomorrow, not forgetting to clench his butt cheeks. After all that, the third Master Wei tried to butter up himself towards our boy. However, Chen Fan was just tired of it all. Back to the part where the third Master Wei was praising our boy Chen Fan. "Great Master Chen, I knew you were capable. The others are all crap, which made our boy sigh at the fact that he was sucking up to him like that. "Let's go somewhere else and talk, okay?" asked the third master. "All right," Chen replied. Sitting back at the round table, Chen Fan started the question by asking the so-called Master Qi if he was really a Taoist, and if so, he wanted to know what that was. "Great Master Chen, you are being too modest. How could I be called a master compared to you?" He then explained, "The so-called Taoist is one who obtains spiritual power through cultivation and to use various magic arts and equipment, which is very extraordinary. It's also called essence and qi refining in Taoism. It's garba of meditation in Buddhism, and for Kung Fu students, it is to enter the stage of inner strength." After that explanation, he then also wonders to himself whether Chen Fan, who can control thunder and who is already at the legendary level, yet why would he ask such a basic question? However, our boy was not going to entertain his curiosity, as he was also thinking to himself that there are too many missing parts on the earth, also thinking that Wu is just the middle stage of foundation establishment, and this Master Qi is only a beginner. He then asked that the so-called Great Master Wu said something about the Tianqi sect's thunder arts, so what does that even mean? He was then answered, "The Tianqi sect was a great sect of Taoism, controlling thunder arts, specializing in annihilating all kinds of devils, ghosts, and monsters. In recent times, it has declined, so the so-called Great Master Wu's ghost mastery fears the Tianqi sect's thunder arts the most. I wonder where Great Master Chen learned it all." Our boy then replied to the question by saying that he had began cultivation with his master in his childhood, and it had nothing to do with Tianqi sect, while also thinking that his devil exercising divine thunder is at the lowest level among all the cultivation magic arts. But it's still much greater than those incomplete ones on the earth. The so-called Master Qi then exclaimed that Chen Fan's master must have been an immortal. Smiling, our boy thought about the fact that his master had lived 840,000 years, could swallow the sun, and coils also create things out of the void. So he is even greater than the word immortal. The elder master Zhong, who was quiet all this time, spoke up by only flattering. "Great! Master Chen is an extraordinary talent. Master Qi is also knowledgeable and prestigious. Looking at his Chen Fan, thought this one only knows nothing but ass-kissing." Then Third Mater Wei also spoke up. "Exactly! Great Master Chen, you opened your mouth and conjured thunder. Amazing! Great Master Chen, what do you think we should do with the plate of 8 diagrams? It can be used 1 or 2 times at most." Meanwhile, the so-called Master Qi was thinking that Chen Fan has great competence indeed, but the magic equipment maintaining health and adjusting feng shui is better than nothing. The third Master Wei, also thinking that the great competence of the plate is not his. After all, he then cursed at the guy Xingzhong, calling him a bastard, as he dared try to deceive him so he would make him pay. It doesn't matter, the plate of 8 diagrams was made roughly anyways, Chen Fan said, and also did not forget to tell them that the magic equipment he forged passingly the other day is better than this. Hearing that, naturally, everyone was shocked of their socks. The third Master Wei wondered if the great Master Chen could really forge magic equipment. Showing the amulet, he continued telling the third master that the jade amulet was one of his collections, and he forged it into that. The butler Lin also confirmed this by leaning in to whisper in the third Master Wei ear. The third Master Wei then asked our boy Chen Fan if he could please forge a magic equipment like the plate of 8 diagrams, and he should name his price. "Great Master Chen, please name your price. If you help me collect jade of the highest quality, I can forge magic equipment for you." "No problem, Great Master Chen," the third master exclaimed without hesitation, since there was no more to do and say. Our boy departed at once, leaving them bowing their heads in respect. Back to the den of losers in a secret club somewhere in Tianhe City, the defeated loser from earlier were busy drinking away their sorrows, as the guy Xinzhong was busy cursing at the fact that not only did our boy Chen Fan badly humiliate him, but he even dared to ask him to pay 45 million. 45 million. One of the subordinates exclaimed, "That's enough to build a fleet of ships to South America for business." The guy who did not know when to stop talking ignorantly suggested the guy Xinzhong to not pay Chen Fan since it is so much. Naturally, the guy Xinzhong got angry. "Not to pay him? How about I give him your head to pay the debt when he comes for me?" No, I'm sorry, boss." The poor guy pleaded for his life. "Enough," said the so-called Great Master Wu. "Big Xing, let's think about what to do next." What to do next? With that in mind, it seemed there was someone who could help, as he asked one of his minions if there was any news overseas. "And when will Master Hu return?" The minion then answered that Master Hu will be arriving in 10 days, hearing that he was very delighted. "Good, I wonder where Zhou Tianhao and Third Wei can escape to." With a victory pose, he exclaimed, "Master Hu can at least kill Zhou Tianhao. The third Master Wei will be a sitting duck." Yes, Wei's been relying on the Wei family as well as Zhou Tianhao as he did to become what he is now. On the other hand, the so-called Great Master Wu was wondering why the guy Xinzhong doesn't think about what would happen if Master Hu meets Chen Fan. Sigh. Never mind. I dare not think about it either. 3 days later in Chuzhou, we are shown our boy who was now holding a bank card that the guy Xinzhong gave him as it has now plenty of money, while also thinking that it will be a very slow process to enter the final stage of foundation establishment. Although he broke to the void body refining arts, the arts are powerful in the volume of spirit energy the practitioner needs. Each higher level, the demand for spirit energy increases almost linearly. So to speed up, he needs either a spirit-covered ground or some spirit stones and pills. There is no spirit-covered ground in Chuzhou, but I have to go to school, so I can't leave here. Well, I can create one myself. On my way to a new location, I kept thinking to myself, many cultivation sects create their own spirit-covered grounds for the disciples to cultivate in. The spirit-covered ground of the Immortal Master of Apex Martial Arts was a gigantic array formed by numerous stars. To build an artificial spirit-covered ground, a densely populated place like the lakeside community cannot do. Luckily, Mr. Wei gave me a villa. So I headed to the big villa I was gifted to and thought to myself, it's located almost on the very top of Yunwu Mountain, and it overlooks the whole mountain and Yangui Lake, imposing and lofty. If I can build a huge magic array and attract all the spirit energy from Yangui Lake and Yanwu Mountain here to make a small spirit-covered ground, there will be enough spirit energy for me until I enter the profound opening stage. This magic array must be able to condense spirit energy and also has to have the function of defense and protection. As for controlling the magic equipment of the array, the Chalcedony amulet will do, but there won't be any protection when I am out. Never mind. I will cross that bridge when I come to it. The magic array matters the most. The procedures are very complicated indeed to forge many small magic equipment and join them together. I then pulled out my phone and called the third Master Wei, who was at this moment very happy to hear from me. However, he did not understand the things I told him, confused about me wanting to build a magic array on top of the Yunwu Mountain, continuing to ask what a magic array was. So I tried to explain it to him that it is like the array of 8 diagram in the book. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, the third Master Wei still did not understand, which prompted the so-called Master Qi, who was listening in to grab the phone from the third master, while I was also thinking what a fool the third Master Wei, but for the sake of his network of contacts, he had no choice. After the so-called Master Chi answered, he was also surprised at the fact that I wanted to build a magic array. And I agreed, as I wanted to build a very huge one around the mountaintop villa, also the Yunwu mountain. "A great mountain array?" he asked. "Only those with top-level inheritance of cultivation can complete such huge work, with the use of great effort." I then replied that it was not as he thought, as I only need it to guard the villa and the others are supporting arrays. He then said that even so, to attract spirit energy on Yangui Lake and Yanwu Mountain is as good as creating a new spirit vessel, and he had never heard of such, as nowadays very few have the ability to build arrays. So he asked, who would help me? However, I told him that it was okay, as I will do it myself, which shocked him to hear, as confirmed even further, telling him that I was calling them to buy something for me, as I needed some materials too. Forge small magic equipment, and when I finish the task then I could forge magic equipment similar to the plate of 8 diagrams for each of them, free of charge, which really delighted them, especially the third Master Wei, as he grabbed back the phone and immediately agreed to my proposal, as it was no problem at all. With that done, I hanged up the phone and progressed to forge the first magic equipment for the array surrounding the villa of Yunwu Mountain. With that in mind, I decided to call it the Great Array of Mount Yun, explaining that the Great Array of Mount Yun consists of 4 parts: the Spirit Condensing Array on the inside, the Guardian Array defending the villa, the Spirit Allocating Array leading to Yungui Lake, and the Mist Array covering the whole mountaintop. Now I need to buy materials for the Spirit Condensing Array. First, I need jade of the highest grade. With that in mind, I went to purchase the highest grade jade that can stand the surging spirit energy. After purchasing what I needed, I found a place to refine and forge the jade. Refining it, the jade began hovering around my chest, then chanted some words, which evoked spirit energy, as the jade also began glowing brightly. To enhance it more, I blew more energy into it, which swirled around the jade, as the energy also transformed into chains, which locked up all the energy in the jade, turning it to a perfect sphere with golden patterns around it. I then rejoiced that the spirit condensing plate was completed at last, so with 5 of these and chalcedony amulets, the huge spirit condensing array and energy seemed to be gathering to the villa without any escape. The density of spirit energy is now another 30% higher. When the spirit energy and Yangui Lake is attracted there, the villa will become a real spirit-covered ground, so now I just need to wait for the materials from Third Master Wei. Walking out the villa, I immediately overheard the people discussing about the fact on whether I lived on the number 1 villa. However, I paid no mind to them. But suddenly a familiar voice called for me, who was my aunt, Tang, and Surprise. Surprise she was with her family, and the ever-so-arrogant Ran, who asked arrogantly why I was at that place, so I just answered that I lived there. "You live in the number 1 villa?" she asked. But her father stepped in and told me that the number 1 villa was given to the CEO of Fengsheng International, Mr. Wei, as soon as it had been finished. "You don't mean that you happen to be Mr. Wei himself, right?" he asked, trying to demean my words. However, I just told him that Master Wei gave me the villa himself as a gift. Not paying any mind to him anymore, I then turned to Aunt Tang and told her that I remembered that she wanted to see the sea clouds and the sunrise there so she could come to my house. However, according to her reason, she thought I was bragging, as how could the Master Wei give me the villa? But at the same time, I do look sincere that she does not want to hurt my pride. With that in mind, she made up an excuse that she had just finished her dinner and wants to have walk at the moment. So maybe she will come another day, and then told me to have a walk with Ran, as she and her husband are leaving. As always, the father and daughter are arrogant, as he said that I was a braggart, and I'm trying to attract girls, And luckily Ran Ran is not a girl who can be easily manipulated, hearing that the ant got irritated and told him to hold his tongue. Being alone, Ran Ran asked me why I exactly came there, thinking that I actually came there for her, as she felt embarrassed. However, I immediately crushed her fantasy by telling her that I actually lived at the #1 villa, and I can take her there if needed, but of course she did not believe in what I was saying, telling me that it was just the both of them there, so there is no need to lie anymore, even though she knows that him and Wei Ziqing are friends. However, so what? A princess like her can make friends with ordinary people, but if the gap between you two is too big, you cannot be real friends. However, I still told her that it had nothing to do with Wei Ziqing, as that is really his house, not wanting to stay there any longer. I immediately turned my back to her and left, telling her it was her choice to believe me or not, which left her in a state of thought. How can I just leave her there like that? Also thinking in her head that I must not think I can rely on Wei Ziqing my whole life. Though it's impossible, she hopes in the deepest part of her heart that I am really a person who can receive a villa from the Master Wei. She then held her chest, thinking that she read in a book that one gets disappointed or mad at someone. Then it means that you really care about them, leading her to wonder if she really cared about Chen Fan. The scene then shifts to nighttime, along the coast of the seas, as one of the man on a boat was addressing Master Hu, informing him that they are very close to the coast, and they might be caught by the coast guards of Huaxia if they go closer. So he offered to drop down the speedboat and drive him there safely. However, the domineering Master Hu had other intentions, as he informed the guy that he was good and he shall go there himself, at the same time stepping onto the railing, which alerted the fellow crewmen as they tried to warn him about the waves being violent and the wind strong in the lake right now at night. So it is very dangerous for a layman to drive the boat to shore. However, their minds were too ignorant, as the Master Hu wasn't even planning to use a boat, as without further ado, the Master Hu jumped off the boat, heading for the turbulent waters, which left the crewmate's mouth agape, as they could do nothing but shout out his name. The scene then shifts to the shore of Xingzhong and the so-called Master Wu, who were waiting for the arrival of Master Hu, as they wondered why the Master Hu hadn't arrived yet, as they had been waiting there for hours. In my opinion, the Hang sect is too unreliable, so no wonder why they were kicked out of the mainland, said by the so-called Master Wu. Call them. They said that the smuggler's ship was now 6 miles away from shore and Master Hu was coming this way by himself. What do you mean? He drives a speedboat? In such a weather, coming himself is risking his life. In such a weather, any common boat will easily sink. Unless driven by an expert, it's too dangerous. And in his mind, the guy, Xingzhong, was praying for Master Hu not to die before they even met. However, they were greatly mistaken, as there was no boat transporting him, and as one of Xingzhong's subordinates pointed out something to them. It was shown in the waters, a huge figure traversing through the lake with top-notch speed as if it were nothing, and the people upon the shore were wondering if it was a speedboat that was heading their way. And why is it so fast? However, as we know, it was no speedboat, but the Master Hu himself, who was running on water, and with some leaps and long stride, he finally landed the shore. Master Hu? Yes, I am. You are Xingzhong? So I have come to the right place. Looking at the so-called Great Master Wu, he was surprised, saying how he did not expect there to be another Taoist master. Sweating heavily, the guy answered, Me either. Master Hu's martial arts skills are almost miraculous. Then thought, since I came to Jiangbei, I've experienced one setback after another. Chen Fan summoned thunder with a word, and now Lin Hu walked across the sea. Both are almost immortal skills. The Master Hu then asked, How did my brother Lin Bao die? Have you found anything out? Xingzhong then answered, He was killed by Zhou Tianhao of Chuzhou. Impossible. Lin Bao's martial arts had been at the final stage of inner strength. How could Zhou Tianhao, a mortal, kill him? Both of them then looked at each other with knowing glances, and Xingzhong answered that there is a man in Chuzhou who can control thunder. It might be possible that it was him who did it. There are still heirs of the thunder arts in Huaxia. I suspect that he is a direct disciple of the Tianxi sect. People call him the Great Master Chen. The Tianxi sect, Great Master Chen? Nothing to my fellow kung fu practitioners. They could kill him as easily as a chicken. Master Hu, are you going to Chuzhou to take revenge on them? He then shook his head. No hurry. In addition to revenge for Lin Bao, I'm going to unify the powers of Jiangbei and make it the bridgehead of the Hong sect. The Hong sect is going into China? Yes, it once entered China in 19 nitras, but unfortunately my master was defeated by Ye Nantian. Now my master has successfully cultivated divine arts. He is going to get back to Huaxia and will fight with Ye. In that case, Master Hu, please wait for a while. There is only half a month left before the annual underground match. Underground match? Xingzhong then explained that it is a grand meeting for the bosses of Jiangbei to solve problems and decide the balance of power. Zhou Tianhao will be there for sure. We just released the news that there will be many experts and masters in this match. Zhou Tianhao will surely bring Great Master Chen there. Hearing that Master Hu was pleased and made the deal. Great, then you will kill Great Master Chen in public at the match. Jiangbei will be yours then. The scene then shifts back to school, as we are shown our waifu Shu Rongfei, looking for someone in another class. And the people who saw her were surprised at her sneaking around, and they began asking Shu Rongfei, "Who are you looking for? Looking for Si Yinggia?" No, I'm looking for Chen Fan," hearing that the students made some excited noises. As our boy was in sight of our waifu, she approached from the back, and while blushing told me that she has a birthday party coming up next week, asking if could show up. "Your birthday party?" "Of course I will," I responded while patting her head, and told her that she was like a little sister to me. She of course did not seem pleased at the fact that I just thought of her as just a little sister. However, without dwelling on it further, she just happily departed, not forgetting to inform me that I must not forget as it's in 7 days. Saturday night, so I must not forget. On the other hand, I was thinking to myself that I have been busy building magic arrays on the mountain, so I am exhausted. After a few days, on Saturday night, at Shu Rongfei's house, seeing him, she literally became overjoyed, shouting, "Brother Chen Fan, there you are!" I then wished her a happy birthday, also not forgetting to give her the present I bought. "This is my present." "A present? Thank you." At that moment it seemed that she wanted to open the present and was stopped by Ran. "Don't open it yet. It's impolite to open it right away." Then looking at Chen Fan, she sharply spoke out, "Come on in then. Don't just stand in the gate." Not bothering to reply, our boy just smiled, and then they all went inside. Seeing him enter, the so-called president of something wondered if Chen Fan is up to something unexpected. Coming down from the second floor, a woman called for everyone's attention. "Now, since everyone is here, let's begin." "Good evening, Aunt," said the so-called president of something. Behind her was the guy Ming Hui, who then later on informed to go and bring Fei Fei and her friends there. Yes, Aunt Shu. As he was walking by, he spotted Chen Fan and gave him a look. I then thought to myself, if Chu Minghui dares to provoke me like he did last time, I will not show any mercy. He can't prevent me from killing him no matter who is on his side. Interrupting the gloomy atmosphere, Shu Rongfei shouted out, "Let the party begin!" With that said, the guy Chu brought in the giant cake. Wow, amazing! Everyone then sang for her. "Happy birthday to you?" After that, she happily blew out the candles and made a wish internally. I'm making a wish here on my 17th birthday, and looking at Chen Fan, she continued, I wish Brother Chen Fan and I will get together and stay together forever. Looking at her gaze, he realized something. I know the expression in her eyes. I have been out in the universe for 500 years and become invincible. So many good things and wishes came to me. I will have to let you down in this life too, after all. The festivities then continued, and during that time a man walked in with 3 bodyguards. As soon as he entered, everyone's gaze shifted towards him. Shu's mom then spoke out. What are you doing here? Dad? Fei Fei, I came here from Haizhu. I heard you were having your 17th birthday. It's my daughter's birthday. As a father, I must be here. Hearing that, her mother frowned. You remembered about us? Why aren't you with your wife? However, the man did not say anything and just hugged her warmly, and seeing them hugging, Shu Rongfei's eyes became teary, and she immediately rushed in to join in the hug. Dad! Mom! After that, everyone was speculating. He's Fei Fei's father? I heard that her father abandoned them. He ran off and married someone else, choosing to stay with his new wife's family. Look at her father. It seems he's doing pretty well out there. Looking around, someone caught the attention of Chen Fan. Huh? An inner strength fighter. He's a final stage one as good as Lin Bao and Mr. Wei. Fei Fei's father looks like Master Ao. Master Ao? Which Master Ao? Shu Ao of Haidong. Haidong, the most developed and largest city of Jiangbei. Shu Ao is the most influential boss of Haizhu, even in all of Jiangbei. Is he really Shu Rongfei's father? Shu Rongfei is barely among the debutantes of Chuzhou, yet she is really Shu Ao's daughter. Even her friends were discussing this topic. But Shu Ao seems to have a wife, so Fei Fei is his illegitimate daughter, said Meng Meng. They said Shu Ao's son is only 10. He probably had Fei Fei before he divorced her mother and married his current wife, replied the waste man, Chao. Shu Rongfei's father then turned towards them and said, You're all Fei Fei's friends, right? I am Shu Ao from Haizhu. Thank you for looking after my daughter. Ming Hui, how is Commander Chu? My father is well. Thank you, Uncle Shu. Out of nowhere, he asked, Who is Chen Fan? Everyone then turned to look at Chen Fan, who was calmly sipping on some tea. Now that the attention was on him, he greeted Shu's father. Good evening, Uncle Shu. I am Chen Fan. Worried, Shu Rongfei tried to help. Dad, don't you give him any trouble. Don't worry, I won't. I've heard a lot about him recently. Please continue the birthday party. Ming Hui, sit down here next to Fei Fei. Yes, Uncle. Aunt Shu, did you hear that an awesome great master called Chen appeared in Chuzhou recently? Indeed. It's said that both Master Zheng and Third Master Wei speak highly of him. Even the renowned Master Qi of Chuhu praised him for his supernatural power and marvelous capability. He is by no means inferior to the masters of Gang Island. Do magic arts really exist in the world? I don't know. Only a couple of the top millionaires of Chuzhou have seen the great Master Chen in person. Speaking of this great Master Chen, I do know something about him, hearing that everyone awaited his next words with bated breath. He then continued, Do you know Xingzhong of Tianhe? The guy Chu answered. I heard that he was the chairman of the board of Haimao Group. He owns fleets and has some overseas connections and has dominating power in Tianhe City. Yes. Answering the question correctly, Ma Dude felt a sense of pride, snorting at our boy as if exposing his ignorance, not knowing that the Master Chen they are talking about is him. Shu's father then continued his story. Xingzhong brought an expert to Chuzhou and tried to entrap Wei Third. However, Wei had an expert with him too, who disclosed the trap immediately and defeated Xingzhong's expert with magic arts. Xingzhong fled back to Tianhe dejectedly and paid him 45 million. Hearing the sum, everyone speculated. 45 million! My pocket money is only thousands, so this great master does have some real skills. Why did Xingzhong go back to Tianhe obediently and pay the money otherwise? No matter how rich Xingzhong is, 45 million is not a small amount. Indeed. Awesome! Someone exclaimed. Even Meng Meng praised the person. I wonder what Great Master Chen is like. If only I could marry him, she said. If only she knew the person she wants to marry is the person she looks down upon. However, Ran Ran, as always, spoke negatively. Maybe he is an old man. And what about Yang Chao? Huh. Him? If he was capable of half what Great Master Chen can do, why would I want anyone else? Later on, the party came to an end, and outside, Shu Rongfei was talking with our boy. Thank you for coming. Don't mention it. I'm glad you're happy. Bye. He also thought that he had to continue to build his great array of Mount Yun. Shifting to the next day, he could still not forget about the great array of Mount Yun. And suddenly, while walking, a car pulled over next to him, and a guy inside signaled to him. Mr. Chen, our boss wants to meet you. Arriving at the spot for the meeting, a figure of a man was seen waiting for him, and it turned out to be Shu's father. Uncle Shu, why was it you wanted to see me? Not answering the question directly, he asked. Look from here. What can you see? The vast Yangui Lake, he answered. Yes, vast and boundless, making people feel small, but Yangui Lake is only the 10th largest lake in the Jiangnan province. It's even a negligible and small lake in China. Uncle Shu, what do you mean? Looking serious, he said, it's just like you, outstanding in Chuzhou, but as negligible as dust across China. I've made it very clear. I want you to stay away from Fei Fei. You are not qualified to marry her. Oh, then what kind of person is qualified? Answering the question, he said, the man must be the best in terms of both family background and capability. However, I think you are neither. You look modest, but are actually very proud. You'll never be rich and powerful because of that. How can I possibly marry my daughter to you? Hearing that, I could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha! Mr. Shu, I only treat her as my sister. Besides, I have every reason to be proud. Well, is it your family or your extraordinary martial arts skills? My influence and power are beyond your imagination. But, Mr. Shu, those things can be easily destroyed. Easily destroyed? You are too naive. Never mind. Come to me when you figure it out. With that, he departed, also thinking, I actually wanted Chen Fan to work for me, but I didn't expect that he was so arrogant. Looking at his figure departing, I thought to myself, he thinks that Yangui Lake is negligible in China, but you don't know that even the whole earth is as small as a grain of dust in my eyes. The scene then shifts to Shu's father, who was speaking to his people inside the car. I heard that Xingzhong has got himself an expert? Yes, Master Shu. Xingzhong spread the word that he was going to dominate Jiangbei in this match. Huh, Master Gu, I have to ask you to take on this trouble. I'll count on you then. Rest assured, Master Shu. Shifting scenes, I was on the phone with Zhou Tianhao, who was also informed about Shu's father. What? Shu Ao? Why did he come to Chuzhou? Did he mess with you? I then replied, no, I just knew that he was one of my father's friends. Oh, Shu Ao is very influential. He is a headache even for Third Master Wei. I see. Great Master Chen, I'm calling to ask a favor of you. What is it? There will be an underground match where the bosses in Jiangbei divide the spheres of influence. I heard there would be not only many kung fu experts, but also inner strength fighters. So, you want me to fight for you? I asked. No, I dare not. I've invited Master Guo to fight. I just want you to impress them. I indeed would like to see other inner strength fighters. All right, just let me know. With that, the call ended with a beep. Thoughts then began to run through my mind. For me, the most important thing now is to build the great array of Mount Yun. Half a month later, due to the shortage of materials, I have to make the spirit attracting array first. Finding a cliff, I sat in a lotus position and meditated. 16 deep-sea raw gemstones with my marks are now in place. After a while of deep concentration, I felt a surge of power deep inside, and with the word up, the energy accumulated inside burst forth. "It's coming," I said while squinting in pain. With that, a huge amount of energy entered his body, making him exclaim, "I'm full of spirit energy. My body is going to explode." But it's fantastic. As the huge amount of energy was absorbed, it also rejuvenated the body and bones. The second level of void body refining arts, Jade Bone. I finally made it. But deep-sea raw gemstones are no match for precious treasures after all. I should find better substitutes in the future. There are altogether 5 levels of void body refining arts. They are Ice Skin, Jade Bone, Silver Blood, Gold Eyes, and Taoist Body. With the help of the Spirit Attracting Array, I broke through into the Jade Bone level. Today, the environment on the Earth is not good enough. I hope there will be competent opponents worth fighting with. Please don't let me down. While everyone was in the car, Chen Fan broke the silence. "It seems the match is being held somewhere in Dongjiang Province," Tian Hao then answered. "Yes. Qingyang County of Dongjiang is located on the border of the 2 provinces. The legal supervision is very lax there. Wrestling matches and kung fu competitions are held there every year. The underground match is secretly held under the cover of a wrestling match." The bald guy also chimed in, "And also there will be gambling boxing matches. Many millionaires will come and watch them. We are nearly there. That is my house, arriving at the destination." The people there greeted him. "Brother Hao, Brother Biao, there you are." Tian Hao also did not forget to introduce our boy to them. "Great Master Chen, this is Vice Mayor Zhang of Qingyang County. You can just call me Zhang. And this is Great Master Chen?" the guy asked, and Tian Hao informed him how Great Master Chen is. Third Master Wei's friend. Excited, the Vice Mayor Zhang grabbed his hand. "At last! What an honor. What an honor. Enough. It's the Great Master Chen's first time here. Please take care of him. No problem, he will enjoy himself. You have my word." Entering the building, they were greeted by women in pink. "Welcome." While waiting, some girl approached and introduced herself. "I am Xu." Tian Hao, on the other hand, had every girl on his side, saying that the most important match would be in the evening, so he could walk around here before that. The vice mayor also chimed in, "Great Master Chen, bring Xu with you. She is a local." With that being said, Chen and the girl Xu took a walk outside. He then asked, what was the schedule of the matches? There are usually wrestling and other kung fu matches in the day, the underground match in the evening, and a campfire party at night. People die in the underground match. Though the bonus is very high, those who take part in it are forced to by their hard lives. "Oh," he replied, seemingly scheming something. The girl on the side was also thinking. He showed no tenderness to me, even though I put on such an expression. While still walking, Xu's father also appeared and wondered after seeing me. "Why are you here?" "Hello, Mr. Xu." With a cold gaze, he informed him. "Don't wander off. Meet me in the Qingyang Hotel tonight." He then left without even waiting for a response. "Who is that boy?" one of the people with Shuao asked. "He is a friend of my daughter's who came here without permission." Hearing that, the guy scoffed. "Ha! Kids nowadays are always curious about things like the underground match." Then continued with a lustful glee in his eyes. "His girlfriend is not bad. Quite delicate and pretty? Huh. This bald Liu is too lecherous. I made his acquaintance only because he's a prestigious millionaire from Qingshui City. Shu's father also thought to himself, Chen Fan already has Fei Fei, but now he is flirting with another girl ridiculous. As Chen Fan and the girl Shu were departing, Shu spoke out. They were so scary, especially the bald man. He looked like he was going to eat someone. She then asked, "Do you know each other?" "Yeah. The leader is Shu Ao. Master Ao of Haidong? You know him?" "Well, of course. Even the vice mayor wanted to fawn over you." "You know Shu Ao?" he asked. She then replied, "Many of my acquaintances work for and risk their lives for him." She also thought to herself, "Is he really indifferent to me? Am I really not appealing?" They then arrived at an arena where everyone was gathered. The main match is yet to begin, but there are already so many people. Let's go there, too. I then thought to myself, this is the match where Zhou Tianhao wanted me to impress people. As they took a seat, the crowd kept discussing. It's said that this is a great gathering of the big bosses of Jiangbei. Yes, they will settle their conflicts and divide spheres of influence according to the result. They are coming. Here they are. Here come the bosses. With that, they all arrived looking very imposing. That is Big Xing Xingzhong of Tianhe City. Ha! Bald Liu is here as well. Why is there only Zhou Tianhao? Where is the third master Wei of Chuzhou? The #1 big boss of Jiangbei, Shu Ao of Haidong? Xingzhong, you can be supercilious for a while. The so-called Bald Liu, being a pervert, has always asked, what happened to Jiangzhou? They just sent you, little girl? It turned out he was targeting the beautiful girl in a blue dress. His words, however, displeased the girl's bodyguard, stomping his feet. Bang! How dare you be so rude to our lady? Since the Bald Liu came with Shu Ao, he diffused the tense atmosphere by saying that Master Wu felt under the weather, so he sent Miss Lu on his behalf. Oh! With that, the lady's bodyguard took a step back, with a wave from her. After that, the crowd roared. This is Shu Ao's authority, the leader controlling Jiangbei. Standing up to address everyone, Shu Ao began his speech. Brothers, friends from across the country who have come here today, Jiangbei will divide our spheres of influence and end the old grudges. All decisions will be based on the results of today. After he spoke, Bald Liu then chimed in, arrogantly as ever. Zhou Tianhao, where is your third master Wei? Let's see how you'll escape today. Next to him was a well-built guy with red hair in a Muay Thai attire. With a gesture of his hand, he signaled him to go fight upon the stage, and the red-hair jumped on the stage, landing perfectly. Come on, he said internally. Angered, Zhou Tianhao shouted, Damn, Bald Liu, my old enemy! Master Guo, do you have the confidence to win? The cowardly Guo then replied, He seems to be an expert of Muay Thai. They start punching at rocks wearing bands of cloth on their hands in childhood. Their bones are broken and healed over and over. I will be able to defeat him unless he is the heir of the ancient Muay Thai. Even though he was a little cowardly, he still had to go fight up on stage, and so he did, landing in front of his opponent. Time was not wasted, and as soon as he landed, the red-haired bowed politely to him. Please! Then rushed in for the first attack, looking closely at everything. Chen Fan speculated before the guy could even do anything. This punch is beyond the opponent's expectation. It's extremely fast with the acceleration of the strength of his waist and elbow. Bam! The first attack landed. However, Master Guo blocked it, and sadly that was not the end of it, and the red hair followed through with another punch. Bam! More and more attacks were thrown at him. While still in his defensive stance, he thought, Damn! I can only wait for an opening to attack back. Bam! Bang! Bang! Looking at it all bald, Liu spoke out. Isn't he awesome? He has already been famous in Southeast Asia for 10 years, and people call him Eight-Armed Arhat. Arhat? Being called Arhat in Southeast Asia? I'm afraid it means he is competent. Yes, it is the highest honor to be called Arhat. I then also thought if it goes on like this, Guo Wei will lose. The fight seemed to heat up, and suddenly the red-haired's aura seemed to glow in a blue color as he landed a powerful attack. Pow! Right on Master Guo's chest, and upon impact he flew back a few meters and slammed down on his back outside the arena. That punch broke Guo Wei's. If it had been his left side, he would have died immediately. It would have burst his heart, said Chen Fan. Shu next to him was scared by that thought, as she could only gasp, "Ugh!" Getting up, Master Guo admitted, "I lost," and the red hair bowed respectfully. He then returned next to bald Liu, who smugly said, "How was it, Brother Hao? Linfu County is mine from now on. Since he lost," Zhou Tianhao agreed, "all right." Blad Liu, however, continued, "And the transport line from Chuzhou through Qingshui is all mine. You cannot interfere." Internally, Tianhao thought, Linfu County. Damn. Now I will suffer a loss of at least tens of millions of net profit. "Where is the great master?" Tianhao asked. "There are so many tourists here that I can't find him, but he promised you he would be here, so he will. No one can defeat the great master Chen. He can kill from a distance." Bald Liu, "Just you wait and see. I'll take it all back when the great master Chen comes." On the other side, the lady, Miss Liu's people, spoke out. "Guo Wei is a middle-staged inner-strength fighter, but he could not defeat a Muay Thai fighter." "My lady! He has probably practiced the secret arts of ancient Muay Thai." The crowd also joined in. "What a humiliation to Jiangbei to allow a Thai person to bully us here. Toot toot, are there no experts at all in Jiangbei?" Bald Liu then shouted, "Xing Zhong! I'll help you if you want to die." Xing Zhong sighed after hearing that, and Bald Liu continued, "Didn't you get an expert from overseas? Where is he? Did he get scared away by the mighty Muay Thai?" However, Xing Zhong just smiled and stood to welcome Master Hu. "Eh? Where is this Master Hu? I wonder who this great Master Hu is." "Wait calmly." Xing Zhong smiled knowingly, sensing a powerful inner strength. Chen Fan could only smile happily, as now he was happy at the fact that things seemed to be getting interesting as a real expert was approaching. Shuao's inner strength fighter also sensed the powerful energy approaching as he tried to warn Shuao. The lady's fighter also turned towards the direction of the opponent approaching, also alarming the lady, Miss Liu, who wondered what the problem was. Wanting to know what he meant, Shuao asked Master Gu on what he meant exactly. However, before anything was said, the crowd roared in excitement. "Wow, look! My God! Is that a man? What's going on?" Shuao yelled out. "What?" He gasped in surprise because the scene he was looking at was truly something else, as, along the sea, sounds of water splashing responded all over. Splash, splash, splash. Surprise. Surprise it turned out to be the Master Hu likes to run on water. That is a man? Is that a magic trick? The three bosses also became worried. He's walking across the sea. That's inner strength at its peak. They all speculated. "Welcome, Master Hu," Xingzhong greeted him. With that, Master Hu jumped on stage perfectly and gazed upon the red hair and asked, "You are the one I'm going to fight with?" Sweating. The red-haired thought at how there is always someone stronger than you. What an honor to fight with such an expert, he thought to himself happily. With that being said, he still jumped down to the arena. "Please!" Master Hu cupped his hands. Master Hu cupped his hands. You go ahead. How dare you humiliate me? Ah, bam, 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 bam. The secret art of self-sacrifice of the ancient Muay Thai? Not bad. It can only be used 3 times in one's life, and his primordial ki will be badly damaged every time he uses it. Wow, he's so desperate. Ah, ah, ah! What amazing power! I could not survive those attacks. Looks Master Hu isn't dodging. Glare! Crack, boom! Their fists met. Thud, swoosh, huh? Boom, rumble. Humph, you're too weak. If you practice for another 20 years, you might be able to hold your own against me. So, who else wants to try? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. What? No one? Stare. Sigh. Master Gu, do you have a chance against him? Master Shu, thank you for taking me in for all those years. So let me fight for you for the last time today. Whoosh! Well, as he said, he seems to be ready for the death on this ring. You truly have some power. Who is your master? Lei Tianjue, from Hong Gate. Hong Sect? The #1 sect overseas. It's a huge organization with hundreds of years of history. He is an internationally influential boss. I'm no match for him. Is Lei Tianjue famous? He is an unprecedented great master. It's said that he became enlightened in the ice fields of the Arctic. He created the secret art of Qianji Yin, which is extremely unpredictable. He also defeated 16 masters from China consecutively and won the title of #1 overseas master. Is he that formidable? What happened after that? Luckily, he was defeated by Yi Nantian at last, and Lei Qianjue was forced to make a vow that he would never come to China again. Yi Nantian of the Yanjing military region? Yes, Yi Nantian became well known since then. The outcome is clear. And it was so, as the poor guy was defeated with a single palm. Do you want to go on? What? He lost? Master Hu, how awesome. Lin Hu, it's him. Lin Bao's elder brother. My brother Lin Bao died in Chuzhou because he was not as competent as his opponent. But he was my brother after all, and a student of my master, Lei Qianjue. I must avenge him in the name of the Hong sect. Ma Dude then shouted. Great Master Chen, I know you are here. You killed my brother. You ruined the name of the Hong sect. How could I spare you? I would like to see your miraculous magic arts. Who is this great Master Chen that could make a world-famous expert take revenge on him? Ah, is he the great Master Chen that had been frequently talked about some time ago in Chuzhou? I'm afraid this great Master Chen has already... What? Great Master Chen ran away? Ha 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 ha. Would there possibly be a great Master Chen who stands out and defeats Lin Hu? No way. But our boy finally stood up. Who is calling me? You are Great Master Chen? Great Master Chen, sit down. That man will kill you. It's okay. I'm not afraid of him. You're a very kind-hearted little girl. You can... He called me, so I need to show up. He called Great Master Chen, not you. Do you think every Chen is a great master? With your clumsy kung fu, how dare you call yourself a master? Stand down now. Master Hu is a great man, and he will give you a chance to submit. Smile. I'm afraid this teenager has no foundation of kung fu at all, but he should prepare himself to die, since he dares to come onto the stage. I'll kill him. Can you save him? We can't just watch such an ordinary boy be beaten to death in front of our Lu family. I can't. Lin Hu is going to take Zhang Bei with his bloody skills. Anyone who dares to come up will die. Humph. I'm looking for Great Master Chen, not some weakling. Ha! If you mean the Great Master Chen who defeated your brother, then that's me. Really? What? Humph. Lin Bao was too weak. He was scared away by a single skill of mine, so I had to use another one. I was expecting Lei Qianjue, but not you. Fine. Your kung fu is not that good, but it has its own good points. I've never thought about walking across the sea myself, for example. Ha ha. Great Master Chen, there you are at last. Great Master Chen, you must teach him a lesson and let him know that he cannot mess with Zhang Bei. What? Chen Fan is Great Master Chen? How is that possible? Ah, no wonder the Vice Mayor and the others called you Great Master Chen. I thought it was just a special way of addressing people in Chuzhou. So you are really Great Master Chen. Ha 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 ha! I don't care if you are Great Master Chen or Great Master Bell. It was you who killed my brother and humiliated my sect. Today I will honor my brother by spilling your blood." Saying that, he charged up his spiritual energy, increasing his muscles as golden light radiated around him. Chen Yin, inner strength is releasing. He's gathering qi into a thread. Oh, you can release your inner strength even though your inner strength has only just been completed. It is some secret arts you rely on. Never mind, now I'll show you what real martial arts are like. 36. Form Apex Martial Arts. Number 1. Air Hammer. How can it be possible? The white thread is only the high condensation of inner strength, not a material object. How could it possibly be held in someone's arms? I told you that you don't know what real martial arts are like. Huh. This is just a magic trick, isn't it? Swell. Take this. The dude attacked. However, looking at his slow punch, he was amused. Too weak. He then stretched out his arms, placing his hands on the ground, which created a blast wave. Spit, the guy cursed. Why is Master Hu retreating? The people wondered. With a loud thud, the stage cracked beneath him, shocking the spectators. Is this kung fu? Wait, this is not a magic trick, so he is a great master at the peak of martial arts. Should I go forward or withdraw? Chen Fan then activated his technique. Number 2. Cloud Hand, retreat, I must stop fighting and withdraw now. But with a wave, Chen Fan appeared behind him. No way. This is a punch containing all my cultivation. Try to withstand it, he shouted. However, his punch was lightly blocked by our boy, Chen Fan, causing him to get injured instead. What? Scratch. Ah, by the heavens. What a wound. This is only a light scratch from his fingertips. If it had been a powerful one, he would have been cut in half. He is mighty. I must flee. I can only flee. I have the skill of walking across water. If Chen Fan dares come after me, I can then fight with him again. He thought while fleeing. Phew, I'm safe now. But from his back, Chen Fan shouted, Number 3, Void Quake. With that, a beam of spiritual energy shot out, hitting the guy on his back. Ah, a divine punch from 100 feet away? Chen Fan was able to hit Lin Hu with a powerful punch from over 10 yards away. This is a sublimity master. Those are real master skills. I prepared 7 forms for your master, but you can only take 3. Haha, 36 form Apex martial arts? I don't regret dying because I have been able to see such incredible arts. Whoa, Lin Hu is dead. With that, our boy Chen Fan shouted at the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Gasp. Within a few minutes, Chen Fan killed Lin Hu with only 3 moves. Wow, he won. Great Master Chen won. Can such miraculous martial arts skills really be mastered by human beings? If Lin Hu is dead now, then who can defeat Great Master Chen? I was truly too ignorant to expect this. Ha 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 ha. Great Master Chen won. All right, just let me know. With such strength, you don't need power and money at all. Whatever barrier there is before you, you can destroy it easily. For you, Lin Hu was a great inner strength fighter and an internationally influential boss. But to me, he was just an insect. Great Master Chen, could you spare my life? Ha, what do you think? I forgave you once in Chuzhou, but you got Lin Hu to take revenge on me. What do you think I should do with you? Don't come over. Don't come near me. Take out. I'm going to shoot you if you come any closer. Oh, are you? Go ahead. I'll really shoot you. Do it then. Click. Bam. Great Master Chen. Chen Fan. What, even a bullet cannot kill you? His inner strength is releasing. His essence is becoming gang qi. He is a real master of martial arts. When your martial arts are at the sublimity stage, firearms are nothing. Oh, so you really dared to shoot. I will have to kill you for sure now. No, please, no, he shouted while running away in fear. But the boy Chen Fan sent the bullet flying towards him, hitting him from his back. Great Master Chen, save me please. Great Master Chen. Great Master Chen, your martial arts skills are miraculous. From now on, Zhang Bei will only follow Great Master Chen's lead. We'll take your order without hesitation. Whoa, Great Master Chen, Great Master Chen, Great Master Chen. All right, just let me know. He is such a great man.
No wonder Great Master Chen wasn't interested in me. I'm just an ordinary person.
Is what you said true? Chen Fan askew while sitting on a chair looking like a mafia boss. Yes, if there has been a single lie, may my soul and body be destroyed. There is really a yin dragon pond in my sect, though they are spars. All I know is that it's full of yin energy. It can be used to keep ghosts. I'm not clear about its other functions. Well, then I'll spare your life for now. It's really easily won. This is exactly what I need for the great array of Mount Yun. Your sect is in Dongdu City of the Zhengzhou province? Yes, the sooner the better. I'll go back to Chuzhou first and you don't need to follow me. Zhou Tianhao will take me there. The next night. So why did you ask me to come here? I'm going to leave Chuzhou for a while. Explain it to Aunt Tang for me. Are you leaving? Where are you going? For how long? Zhengzhou province. For 3 or 4 months. What are you going to do there for all that time? Are you going to go to school? If you go on like this, you won't be able to enter a good university, let alone be deserving of Fei. Does Miss Wei fancy you? Chen Fan, will you please stay? Nah, I have to. This is the key to the mountaintop villa. Keep it. You can take Aunt Tang there and stay for a few days when you have the time. Take her to see the Sea of Clouds. Chen Fan, don't go. Chen Fan, Chen Fan. You have to brag even now? You were just bragging to save face, weren't you? If I go up there and have a look, I'll know if it is true or not. Well, forget it. The ugly duckling could turn into a white swan because she was a swan from the very beginning. All right, just let me know. Great Master Chen, are we leaving for Dongdu right now? No, I have to go somewhere before that. In Jingling City, in front of the gate of the School of Foreign Languages, it seems our boy was waiting to see his past-life lover who was looking graceful and cheerful as ever, which made him glad and happy to just observe her while living her life. Great Master, shall we follow you up? No, I'm satisfied to see her face. Let's go. I've waited for this moment for 500 years, so I have enough patience to keep waiting. When we meet next time, I will have absolute power, enough to protect you. I came back here after 500 years only to see your face once again. Border of Zhengzhou province. Master Chen was so great. Yeah, our vice mayor was scared to death. I wanted to go sightseeing on the way to the Yin Dragon Pond, so I rented this bus to go there slowly, but I didn't expect Shu would insist that she follow me. We then shifted to the scene where she had to choose. You have 2 choices. 1, I pay for your school. 2, I arrange you a job. Come to my company. I'll give you a middle-level position to start and you decide your salary. No, I don't want either. Please, Great Master Chen, let me stay by your side. I'm still a student. What will it be like if you stayed with me?
Well, I can do housework.
Great Master Chen? Water? Taking it, he still thought to himself, having this girl take care of everything for me would be very convenient. Wu Shanhe, tell me everything you know about the Yin Dragon Pond, won't you? Great. Great Master Chen, you know about it? Speak, what is it? If the Yin Dragon Pond was really in your hands, you'd at least have entered the stage of profound opening, not lingering around the middle stage of foundation establishment. Please let me explain myself. The ancestor of our ghost clan was actually a grave robber who accidentally found an ancient tomb from the Tang dynasty. He found a book of cultivation by accident and started cultivation wholeheartedly from then on. He thus created the ghost clan. The Yin Dragon Pond was a secret place he found. He believed that he could make a breakthrough and become Taoist with the help of this place. But he didn't expect that there lived a monster in the pond. A monster? The girl wondered. Yeah, the monster looked like a snake and a dragon, but it was neither mighty and could breathe yin and evil energy. My ancestral master was no match for it. He was badly wounded and passed away soon after the fight. Luckily, the monster had been staying inside the pond. My 2 senior brothers and I went into the pond to explore once to find that it was still alive. We only got some stones from it in the end. Great Master Chen, I didn't mean to lie to you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me. That monster must be hundreds of years old if it has lived to now. There's no way it could live that long. Ha! It is not a dragon but a yin snake. A real dragon can summon wind and rain and fly over clouds. It is a being beyond heaven. All right, just let me know. Great Master Chen, you know about it? Of course. Interesting. A small yin snake scared you like that. Now I'm only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. It'll be a little hard for me to deal with this yin snake. I need either to enter the middle stage and then use immortal arts, or to add a powerful magic charm to the chalcedony. Is there any place suitable for cultivation near here? Better somewhere we can easily buy some materials for cultivation. The biggest gathering place of traditional Chinese medicinal materials of Zhongzhou is Jiuding City. It's not far from here. Oh? One of the 4 great medicine cities of Huaxia? Yes. With enough medicine, I can not only improve my cultivation a level higher, but also refine magic arts with it. Let's go to Jiuding City. Come, Jiuding City. The smell of traditional Chinese medicine is so strong even in the street. What kind of medicinal materials do you want to buy? It doesn't matter. I do not need the function, but I need the spirit energy it accumulated with time. The allocation is very important in traditional Chinese medicine, but I dare not argue. Then we need to find some old brands. Follow me. They then arrived at the 100 Medicine Pharmacy. Welcome. What can I do for you? Ask your master to come out. Tell him Wu Shanhe is here. Yes, just a minute. Wait for a moment, Great Master Chen. Whoa! This pharmacy is so big. Ah, Great Master Wu came in person. Why didn't you tell my boss so that I could welcome you earlier? Hearing the praises, he felt smug. I am one of the few great masters in Zhongzhou province. But with one cold glance from our boy, his confidence shattered. This brother of mine wants to buy some old and precious medicinal materials. To tell you the truth, a lady has bought all the precious medicine in all of Jiuding City recently. We don't have much 50-year medicine, let alone hundreds-year medicine anymore. Oh, who is that extravagant lady? She's taken all of it? How much would that cost? It's said that she is a lady from a big family on Gang Island. I know nothing. Great. So there is not a single piece of old medicinal material in the whole city of Jiuding? There is a secret market of precious medicinal materials. You can find what you want there for sure. You mean the rumored underground black market? Yes. The precious medicinal materials are all collected from the herb collectors and peasants directly. There are some 100-year ones. They will not enter the above-ground market, but will be auctioned to merchants and millionaires. The buyer will pay the total amount on the spot. But the sources of the medicines are not clear, are they? Tonight, at 7, in the Qinghu Garden. The scene then shifted to the 7 Qinghu Garden, where they were stopped by a security guard. I'm sorry. Please show me your invitation. Ha! We don't need that. You go and tell your boss that Wu Shanhe has come here to meet him. Stop. Well. Oh, great Master Wu, there you are. Weren't you going to Jiangbei? Ha. Mr. Hu came to the auction too. Can you take us in? Great. I should ask you to help me with it. The sources are not clear, so some of the medicinal materials are fake. The host organization is totally irresponsible. But with you here, no one will dare to sell fake ones. Ha. He is so prestigious here. It's good now that it helps us. With that, people began buttering him up over him. Great Master Wu, you are here. Good evening, Great Master Wu. Greetings, Great Master Wu. What kind of great master is he? He's actually nothing more than a charlatan. It's been a while. Ha. Who said that I was a charlatan? Well, turns out it was the beauty in purple, commanding her own security. She is the lady of the Zheng family of Gang Island. She has bought all the old medicinal materials from the whole city. Was it her? But why? It's said that her grandfather is too old to live for much longer, so he needs divine medicine to prolong his life. The Zheng family of Gang Island? I don't want to mess with them. His cowardice, however, annoyed Chen Fan, which made him nervous. He. Humph, the woman snorted. That woman's grandfather is over 100 years old now and suffering from complete organ failure. This is the nature of life. Unfortunately, I can't find the magic herb to refine the big spirit-enhancing pills, otherwise I could rob a huge sum from the Jung family. Sigh. Great Master Chen. Let's go in there. Okay? A 130-year-old ginseng root. It weighs 127 grams. The starting price is 3 million. Wow, a high bid so soon? 17 million. Whoa, she's so rich. Don't offend them. Let's not fight for it. I only got a Polygonum multiflorum of barely 100 years old. That Jung girl bought up most of the rest. Sigh! Now this one, it's going to test your eyesight. Click. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Is this also a traditional Chinese medicine? Eh? You recognize it, Great Master Chen? No, but it is very rich in spirit energy, more than 10 times thicker than the ancient ginseng. It's nearly a magic herb. It could be called a half-magic herb. A half-magic medicine? The so-called magic herb is any kind of plant whose spirit energy density has reached a certain standard. Whether it is a piece of precious medicine or a blade of grass, it can be called a magic herb if it has enough spirit energy. Only with magic herbs can real magic drugs be refined. Magic drugs. An ordinary herb needs at least 1,000 years to become a magic herb. This half-magic herb is a few hundreds years old. This withered branch can be used to refine some simple magic drugs. Should we take it? Of course. Yes, refining magic drugs. It will be worth it even if I can only watch it. The starting price of this unknown medicine is 5 million. 5 million. So expensive, we don't even know what it is. 5.5 million. Should I drop the hammer? It was Great Master Wu, I'd better not offend him. 10 million, 11 million, 20 million. What is she doing? She added nearly 5 million when the other added only 1 million? She is determined to win. Oh no, I don't have enough money. My money has all been spent on building the great array of Mount Yun. I don't have much in hand now either. Give it up if it surpasses 30 million. Okay, 21 million, 30 million. Sit down. Great Master Chen. She seems to oppose us deliberately. What about... Never mind. It's just a half-magic herb. If it was a magic herb, it would be more urgent. I'm more curious about why she is so active. Would there be anyone who recognized this half-magic herb? Huh, a bumpkin dares to compete with our Jung family? Stare. Mr. Shy, is this what you call divine medicine? Eh? What a pity. This piece of Chen Songzi is only a few steps away from a real divine herb. If it was collected another 100 years later, it would be a divine herb that could bring the dead to life. So it is not a divine herd? What should we do now? My grandfather can have 3 months at most. The other related families are casting covetous eyes on our property. Don't worry. I know a place where there must be divine herbs. Where? It was recorded in my sect book that the founder of our sect once found a plant of immature divine herb in a deep pond. Sect book. He noted the location and left in the hope that his descendant. Really? Let's go now. We need him to lead the way. I barely got anything. How disappointing. The Jung family is really too rash and ignorant. It would be kind of you to forgive them. Who was too rash and ignorant? I beg your pardon. You? Your Jung family is so powerful. I can't mess with you, but I can avoid you. You're Wu Shanhei, from the ghost clan of Dongdu City from Zhongzhou. You've investigated me? What do you want? I'd like to hire you to find a place for me, somewhere near Dongdu. A place? A tomb? That's not something that should concern you. Mr. Shai, you are a feng shui master from Gang Island? Are you better than Great Master Zhou Jidao? Mr. Shi Yu can judge for yourself. Good. And so they flared up their spiritual energies, which later collided with a heavy rumble. Skid. What about now? You understand what I'm capable of now? I lost. Tell me, what place are you trying to find? There is a deep pond in the mountains of the suburb of Dongdu. The water is freezing cold all year round, and it has an area of thousands of square yards. Yin Dragon Pond? You know it, as I expected. Of course. That's a secret place of our sect. I won't. Hey, why are you looking for the pond? It's none of your business. You just lead the way, and we will pay you money after that. Shake, we don't want money. I want that withered branch. What? It's worth 30 million. Deal. Mr. Shai, it's okay. Grasp. We will set out in a week. Okay. Humph. Great Master Chen, why did you agree? That Mr. Shi's cultivation is very high. Much better than mine. I'm afraid things might go wrong. There is a yin snake guarding the pond. We happen to need some pathfinders. Besides, we got this half-magic herb. 2 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant. Xiu, rent a secluded villa. I'm going to proceed with closed-door cultivation for the following 7 days. Okay, tisk. She even sent bodyguards to watch us. Does she think that we'll run away? Never mind her. They can just serve as our bodyguards as well. It's the 7th day of Great Master Chen's closed-door cultivation. I wonder how it is going. Shifting to our boy Chen Fan, who was cultivating hard, was greatly satisfied at being able to refine some magic drugs in the meantime. Spirit-condensing pills are one of the most basic magic drugs. Spirit-enhancing pills can enhance one's vitality, while spirit-condensing pills can supply true essence and spirit energy. Done. With spirit-condensing pills, I have a better chance of breaking through to the next stage of cultivation. Xiu, make a pot of tea and bring it to the backyard. Yes, you finished the closed-door cultivation? The guy asked, then continued to later appreciate the tea's aroma. The tea smells fantastic. It's full of spirit energy. Of course, it's because there is a spirit-condensing pill in it. Xiu, come here. It's a very dangerous journey to Dongdu. I'm afraid that I might not be able to protect you. You better go back now. Huh? I'll ask Xu Ao to make arrangements for you. You can go to work or school. You can choose either as you like. Don't drive me away. Please let me come with you. But looking at his piercing gaze, she teared up a bit. Is he the same big brother who touched my head and smiled at me gently on the day of the underground match, or an immortal overlooking the world? I know what you are thinking about. But you can't cultivate Taoism without utmost sincerity. Taoism cannot be taught easily. Tao cannot be passed on to others at will, she wondered. Since I met Chen Fan, I've been eager for the power that I could control by myself. Though the opportunity of receiving education or the job can be taken back at any time, because both of them are given by others. If I had power like Chen Fan's, what could I not do? The boy Chen Fan then broke her thoughts by advising her. If you want to embark upon the journey of practicing austerities, you should not only be bent on Tao, but also need luck. If Tao was passed on to others at will, the world would be thrown into complete disorder. Just ask Great Master Wu about it. Great Master Wu? Being called out, he began explaining. If you want to pursue Tao, you should first ask the master whether he agrees or not. Generally speaking, Kung Fu students need to sweep the grounds, pour tea, and serve the master, each for 2 years. In order to come, you must work for 6 years before the master will pass basic martial arts skills on to you. The students who fail at the ABCs of their studies will be driven out. The students with both intelligence and diligence can be truly acknowledged as the master's students. The master had tested me for a full 10 years. When he believed that I was truly bent on Tao, he decided to pass the magic arts on to me. It took 17 years to test such an insignificant Taoist priest as me. What Great Master Chen has practiced is the magic arts of immortals, which have great and mystical power. How can he pass his skills on to others at will? Master, as long as you agree to pass Kung Fu on to me, I will agree to a 10-year or even 20-year test. All right, stand up. I can pass something on to you, but from now on, your life is in my hands. If you have a flicker of betrayal, I will go up to heaven or down to hell to pursue and kill you. Yes, master. Don't call me master. You are only my student in name, so you aren't qualified to call me master. I'm now not qualified to call you master, she thought to herself. I will practice austerities with all my might, and then you will, one day, acknowledge me. The other guy then flattered, Congratulations! Great Master Chen, you have chosen a good apprentice. She has a long way to go. I will teach her some simple approaches to the most basic foundation kung fu of the Immortal. Master of Apex Martial Arts. If she is truly talented and can cross the spirit sea by herself, I will consider accepting her as my formally acknowledged apprentice. You can go back to sleep after drinking this tea. We will set off tomorrow. Okay. After drinking the tea, her spiritual energy increased, reshaping her body greatly. Oh, her body has been built up just like being reborn. Thank you, Master Chen. If you can get the matter about Yin Dragon Pond settled, you can drink the tea, and I can even pass the magic arts on to you. Ah, thank you for your guidance, Master Chen. I will manage the affair properly. The next day. Wu, you are not going to? Should we take the two kids together with us there? I know you have some ability, but those two look like ordinary people, don't they? This is Chen, younger brother Chen. He lives near Yin Dragon Pond, so he is very familiar with it. Really? Do you live on the mountain? Well, just bring 2 more people. Let's set out immediately. The girl was so weak 1 week ago, but now she seems so intelligent. Did she eat Chen Songzi recklessly? The thought to himself while looking at Shu. What a waste of God's gift. They then arrived at the Dongdu area. We arrived at Dongdu. You can tell us the specific location of Yin Dragon Pond. At Double Dragon's Town, Chi Mountain County. He's just a show-off, but after we find Dragon Pond, I will. Double Dragon Town. Miss Zhang, welcome to Double Dragon's Town, thank you. Oh, I have heard that you're going to look for the spring water of a deep pond in the mountains, so I hurriedly brought him here. Just call me Big Chu. I'm an old hunter. Are you going to look for the Yin Dragon Pond? Oh, you know the place? I know it, but you cannot go there. The teaching of my ancestors says one must never go there. What do you mean? There is no grass growing around the pond. Besides, the spring water is so cold that a person would die if they drank. And most importantly, monsters live there. In this day and age, you still believe in monsters. Big Chu, do you still want the foundations of the house for your son? This town mayor, the place he talked about is very similar to what has been recorded by my master. It should be what we're looking for. Now that we know the specific location of Yin Dragon Pond, we should set out immediately. Okay, climbing. Master Chen, now that they have found a man to lead the way, why are they still taking us with them? It's because Zheng's family doesn't believe me at all. I speak with a Jiangbei accent, but you told them I came from the mountains in Dongdu. If you had been Zheng's family, would you have believed such? Well, no. I thought that people from Gang Island didn't know the differences in accents. They want to keep a close watch on us. But I still cannot understand why they are looking for Yin Dragon Pond. Mr. Shai has the power with the property of wood. It has no relations with Yin Dragon Pond. Are there some treasures in Yin Dragon Pond? Chen thought to himself. Although there are some monsters in such a place reserving all the qi from heaven and earth, so magic drugs and treasures from heaven must be contained here. If that is the case, I must get all of them. After a while of walking, they finally stopped to rest. We can't get there today. Now we should find shelter from the wind and have a rest. Big Chew, come and eat with us. Master Chen, how nasty they are. Humph. See if I care? Disdain. Although the simple trick is disgusting, it is currently useful. Fortunately, I have prepared for that. Take out. Catch. What is it? Can it be eaten? Swallows. Gulp. Ah, this feeling. So comfortable. Master Chen, is this the legendary magic drug? I feel that my body has become much stronger. I'm so comfortable and not hungry at all. Okay, now you both need to sit in meditation and practice austerities according to the approach I've taught you. Okay, Master. Yes, Master. What are they doing? Are they not hungry? As long as we don't offer them food for 2 days, they will give in to you, however unyielding they are. They seem to be practicing a kind of kung fu. If they're gathering energy to practice magic arts in their bodies, they ought to be much hungrier. The next day. Humph. See how long you can hold out. The power is scattering and moving about in my body, and there is a kind of great power in my hands and feet. I must try my best to practice austerities, and sooner or later I will prove that I am qualified to be his student. After practicing austerities for 1 night, her study of internal power is formally off to a good start. These 1-night austerities exceed my 3-year austerities in power. Great Master Chen indeed deserves his fame. His ability is almost equal to Immortal's. Well, buddy, you would be shocked that our boy used to be one. But be sure to subscribe and like the video to gain Immortal techniques. 3 days later. I can't continue to lead the way. You shouldn't go forward either. We are almost there. We can see it now. That is Yin Dragon Pond. It is indeed a place where Yin Qi gathers, and it's also a holy place for wicked priests and monsters. Get out! How dare you beat us? Eh? Let's go and see what is happening. Arriving, they saw 2 old men causing a commotion. Old Wu, how dare you bring others to our secret place and break our rule? Master Chen, they are my brothers under the same tutorship. Old Mu, I don't bring them here. They come here by themselves. Old Wu, you are still lying. Our followers have seen you in Double Dragon Town. You led a group of people through the mountains. Did you really think we wouldn't notice? Such is the case. They came here in an imposing manner. So a clan of ghosts, as the local villains, must know them, thought Chen while the woman stepped forward. I don't care about your personal grievances. Get out of the way quickly. Who are you? How do you know old Wu? I'm Zheng Anqi from the Zheng family in Gang Island. I came to Dongdu to inspect the investment. The Zheng family from Gang Island. I don't care if you are from a prestigious family or a poor one. This is our domain. I'm the eldest daughter of the powerful Zheng family. How dare you 2 bumpkins insult me? Humph. We have guns. So what? Do you think that we are afraid of it? Are you old men and attempting to threaten me? Zheng Anqi still doesn't know that she is on her deathbed. Stop your nonsense. Now that you intrude into our secret place, you should die. Ha! And from the talisman, a dark, heavy smoke emerged. What's that? Do these 2 old men really know any magic arts? Mr. Shi, enough! You must step aside immediately, otherwise I will not care about your morality any longer. You are the same kind of people as us, yet you want to destroy our land. Go! Ah, just a little Yin Qi. How dare you be so arrogant? What? Our black Qi is swallowed. With that, he used his energy to attack. Shua! Boom! Ah, Mr. Shi is to some extent powerful. Besides, Wu Shanhei is on their side. Should I leave first? I came here for a magic drug for Master Zheng. As long as I get it, I will leave. We won't cause trouble to each other. If you don't agree, I will dispose of you. Brother, what's your opinion? Master Chen, what's your decision here? Mr. Shai, how can you just let them go? I think that Wu and Chen must be their allies. Right after her words, A huge pillar of water ascended, creating a huge commotion engulfing the surrounding area. Bang! Shy? Mr. Shy? Ah! The yin snake! And as soon as the snake appeared, it launched at them, intending on swallowing them whole. Shwa! Bang! Ah! She screamed in fright, but this videos ends here for now, so be sure to subscribe and stay tuned for more videos. Until next time.